hello everyone, and welcome to the official Action RPG live stream. My name is Aaron, owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG, and we are less than 2 hours away. This is what I like to call pre-show for episode 1 of me and Frostylaroo's brand new Town Portal podcast. We are prepped. We are ready.
LE dead game.
I think it's going to be a lot of fun. What's up, Brow? Thank you for the tier 1 sub. 15 freaking months. Dude, it read that LE dead game really, really well. It, like, perfectly read that. Oh, all right. Who do we have here today? Let's see. Walker was first. What's up? Robo, hello. Who else is here? Guilty, Exatheus, Raven, Cyborg. Yo, yo, yo. What's up, gentlemen? Oh, Streamlabs, thank you for showing up. Yeti, hello. Kaiser, what up? Mamba Gaming, hello. Greg, hi. Brow, hi. Tech, hello. Over on YouTube, Zuzu, hello. How's everybody doing? Now, have I been given spoilers for Cycle 2 that will be shown on this coming podcast? Yes, I have 2 of them. Not only are we going to have Mike answering tough questions and try and make it entertaining, but we also have leaks for today. We'll do a question and answer from the audience. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. AI is getting too smart. We must kill it now. I agree. Have you seen the PoE 2 minions? I have. I also have a question prepped for Mike to see if he's seen them. Do you think Forge Guard is going to be top tier for Cycle 2? I don't know. That would be awesome if it was. They've shown off a couple of little things for Forge Guard. That would be awesome. Now, I made a promise during Subathon that I would play Bleed Raptor, solo Raptor, and I am fulfilling that promise right now during pre-show. Now, what I would like from you, anybody watching during pre-show, any questions, any valid questions that you think would be good for me to ask Mike, you could put it in chat. Just FYI. So we're going to play some Last Epoch and hang out for pre-show. Dude, I busted out the marathon timer. Valid questions. Well, I'm out. I busted out the subathon timer. I was like, yeah, we'll throw it up. By the way, as I've been preparing for the podcast most of the morning, I've also been working on Bleed Raptor. It's legit pretty damn good. It's legit pretty damn good. Oh, also, not only do I have 2 Cycle 2 leaks for today, I also am going to be giving away a free copy of Last Epoch at the end of the podcast. $35 value. So if you're watching on Twitch, type in !giveaway. Question 1, will the Beastmaster be able to mount the summons? All right. You know what's actually hilarious? That question was actually asked to Mike last week. I'm going to put that under sillier question. Why can't I mount my raptor? Maybe mount isn't the right word. PoE 2 allows me. How's that? There we go. Done. Will the Necro be able to summon a minion around him? I don't understand that. Like Necro armor? Is that what we're talking about here? My twisted mind gets the final say. The Raptors union contract says no mounting. Sorry, everybody. It's been written. Can Necromancer ride his summons? Brow, I hear a lot of phrasing going on right now. I don't know if you're catching it. Yes, Raven, Brow's here. Question 2. Can we mount Druid in party play? So you could get on my bear. Rawr, what's up, Al? The boots don't count. What makes the mod fun is that I can say I got a level XX on hard mode, and you can't do that with the boots. Yeah. Walker doesn't like the boots. Oh, let me read your question. I read your why you wrote the question. All right. Question for Mike. Are there plans in adding back in masochist mode? If not, why? All right. Just to be clear, I'm writing down these questions. Does not mean they will get asked, but I'm writing them down. I don't want to guarantee it. We have so many questions and so much stuff to talk about, and I mean, it should be fun. It's supposed to be a 90-minute show. Today's supposed to be a 90-minute show. Question. And the falconer flying with his birds. The falconer can already fly with his birds. That's already in the game. Like, imagine a Wraith Lord around... That's never gonna happen. That's a good idea. It's not gonna happen. I don't know. Maybe it'll happen. Oh, can we get some more wings for MTX? I will not ask that question. We don't want wings. Every hardcore D4 person is currently wearing damn wings. It's all I see. We don't need wings. Look, I actually have wings. Fire wings. Huh? What about those? It's got the little, like, canister in the middle. Propane. How's that? Hot wings? All right, hot wings would be allowed. Hot wings would be allowed. So 2 leaks for today's stream. Last Epoch key giveaway. Should be a fun podcast for episode 1. Frosty's on his way home from work right now. That's going to be good. That butterfly is sick. You like it? By the way, I'm going to sound like I'm yelling today because I finally have my headphones on. Because I have to have the headphones on for the podcast or else there'll be an echo. So, I apologize now. Are there any plans for a witch doctor class? Like a plague bringer? Wouldn't that be a warlock? Right? Warlock can make summons. It's focused around bleeds, dots, and curses. Yeah? I mean, it doesn't throw canisters of spiders or anything, but pretty close. Aaron, stop yelling. That's true. I do need to stop yelling. Jim, I did see the PoE2 gameplay drop, and we watched it live, Tavern Talk with Darth and Gazzy. And I've said that I'm jumping back into PoE for PoE2. My games for the remainder of this year, I'm hoping to add in is Titan Quest 2 and PoE 2. So, which will be my main, at least for now. Unless something else comes up. I've never been a huge fan of the requiring corpse mechanic. That's why I was really not a fan of the Necro in Diablo 4. But I gotta see, they were talking about how some minions need corpses, other don't, and you're gonna have ways to generate corpses. So I just gotta see how the Necro plays. I'm sorry, how the Witch plays. Question for Mike. Is there any plans for a minion sub-mastery for Mage? Ooh, I like that question. Because technically right now, if you wanted minions for Mage, you would make a Rune Master Hail Hydra. Right? It's the only thing that Hydra's kind of a minion. That's a good question. I've never heard that question asked. I'm for sure gonna ask that question. That was a good one. Mike is definitely in the everything is possible, right? So he no longer says no way. What you're looking for is that like half smile nod that, yeah, we've tabled that. It is definitely a possibility in the future. Then you know, okay, it's for sure coming. That's like the best you're gonna get out of that. Can you push for pets for gold pickup materials? That could be a hot seat question. We also have a hot seat. What's up, 40s? D4 gave everyone a pet for gold pickup. When will my pets in LE do anything but trail 2 screens back? Ooh, that's a spicy question. Huh? Yeah, ask him about a bunch of very specific bugs that never happened to you. During the Friday live streams, it'll be, hey, I only play Raptor, and we need you to buff Raptor. It can only do 700 corruption. Can you just make my... Like, those are the types of questions he gets. Can you just make what I specifically do better? New player here, currently level 47 Void Knight. Be curious what build you are playing. I like the big hits with the two-handed playstyle. Any good options? I have a build that is practically done that I have not put out yet. It is my Void Cleave Erasing Strike build. Took me a long time to figure out mana on it. If you like big hits, though, Erasing Strike is it for Void Knight. I'm here for the shaman questions and the key bag, of course. They've talked about a key ring. So, basically, kind of think about... Again, I hate to use Diablo 4, but Diablo 4, you used to have to pick up all your gems, and your gems took up inventory slots, where now the gems just transfer in like crafting materials. That's basically what it would be like, is your keys would transfer into your character just like it was a crafting shard. Dude, we're freaking melting this stuff. Yeah, man, mana sucks. Yep. Hey, thank you all for the follows. As long as you're following this channel on Twitch, type in !giveaway. Summoner, Raptor's pretty damn good. I wonder how much damage it's doing at the training dummy. It might not be a lot. Be back in time for the podcast. Dinner time. Sounds good. I'm reading the questions on YouTube. John Saint. Will there be a Traveler class? The Ascendancies would include skills and damage types from different last Epoch eras. It's legit the only game that can have this class. Request for Mike. Please, please, please let me have a summoner who can summon a human centipede. Also, I want to write it. A human centipede. Do you have any plans to add other forms of monetization outside of MTX? By the way, don't want it, just wondering their plan. Yeah, no. They've answered. I've heard them answer that question 100 times. No. The game, even future DLCs and expansions, will be 100% free. Obviously, the seasons, you're never going to have to pay for content, and they will never add any form of pay to win. What they will be adding is skill MTX down here. So you'll be able to actually modify your 5 skills that you have on, how they look, just like you can do inside of PoE, but it doesn't actually change the function of the skill in any way, just its look. So retail box price and everything on this appearance tab. That is fair game for monetization. They've said a little bit, like, let's just say in a galaxy far, far away, we decide to make it where pets can now pick up gold or shards or something. If they did that, just like Diablo 4 did, they would ensure that every single character was given a free pet so that it wouldn't be required for you to spend any money. So that's the only thing I've ever heard is maybe. YouTube comments are lit today? I know. Anyone know if EAG has taken a position on weapon swapping? I feel like we could just do the podcast now. I can answer all these questions. They've had weapon swap in test versions. Normally, when you ask Mike, what is one of the #1 things you wish that were in the game that currently is not? His normal answer is weapon swap. He wished that that was in the game right now. So I'm not exactly sure why it's not in the game, but I know that he wants it to be. And he's a co-founder and senior developer, so maybe we get that. The only thing that I feel like is missing in LE is the ragdoll upheaval, and D4 really gets this across. It's so funny. I'm playing upheaval right now, Jim, in D4. But triple fire invocation from Runemaster, the nuke just makes everything fall in place. Question, do they plan to change the COF level passives? Ooh, you want me to show you something? Let me show you something. Do I have it? Look at this. I told you I could run the podcast. New COF rank 10. All right, I'm caught up on YouTube comments. And Hordes of Hell, yes. Question, will we be seeing more character/build diversity in existing classes in the future? Wookie, I think you need to be a little more specific. I feel like build diversity in this game is where it, like, truly excels. I mean, you could probably make 50 builds for each mastery. Now, that doesn't mean there'd be 50 builds of equal power, but I think the game has a lot. Arcane constructs. Can you push for pets? Oh yeah, I've got that question. Ask me about a bunch of very specific. New player here. Yep. Yeah, Church off. I would go Rive. What Brow was saying. Look at my Void Knight Echo Rive build. Actually, I don't mind if it works like the upgrading materials. I could push the button if the pets pick it up first. Oh, I agree. I'm good with that. How much Polka do we get during Town Portal? None. Aaron, I would like to see some further endgame buffing systems based on corruption number achieved. Almost like a Paragon system, but without the heavy focus on main stats. Focusing some more unique stats like Minion Elemental Thorns. And defensive stats. Tech, I'm trying to understand. You're saying you want to see the Paragon system from D3, D4 come to last Epoch in the form of progression after level 100? Is that what we're talking about? Weapon swap is a bit too min-max. Will if Aaron have to run the podcast, he has to forget to remove things on screen. Blast Knife is the only build. What happens if we literally delete gel cores from the game? They should switch the item where the dagger allows you on a blade dancer to shoot arrows instead of the marksman to use the dagger. Throw daggers. See what I did there? Yeah, basically. Please, Lord, have mercy, don't. After seeing how good the PoE 2 campaign bosses are, I hope LE finally revisits their campaign bosses and make them actually good fights. All right, that wasn't really... LV, can you write that in the form of a question, please? That's a good question. Raid! Who is that? Zarketti, hello. 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 All right, here's the upgraded COF for factions. Bosses now have 150% increased drop rate for any specific rewards they have. Tech can do the shout out. I can do it. No, I'll be asleep before Town Portal live. I can't wait to watch episode 1. We kick off in a little less than 90 minutes. Zarketti, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Today is episode 1 of me and Frostylaroo's Town Portal podcast. We got a good, solid 90-minute show scheduled. Who knows what it, I don't know how it's going to go. I'm hoping it goes well. This is obviously our first attempt. Senior developer and co-founder of EHG, studio behind Last Epoch, Mike will be joining us. We've got different scenes set up. We got videos ready. It should be a lot of fun. And we're kicking off in 86 minutes. So welcome, Raiders. We also have 2 leaks for Last Epoch. So things that have never been shown to the community yet that will be dropped during the podcast. And I'm giving away a free copy of Last Epoch. So if you type in !giveaway into the chat, you get entered for that free LE key. Should be good. Oh, let me give you a shout out. I got you. Oh my gosh, I hit raid. Seriously losing my mind. Shout out. That's better. There you go. How about a bow that shoots daggers? See, John's on it. That's what I'm saying. Thanks for taking the time, Aaron. For Mike, will LE ever implement Ragdoll? I'm wondering if that's one of the things that they might have access to. Right now, 11th Hour Games is going through an engine upgrade for Last Epoch. So I don't know if you know this, but the game I'm currently playing is built on Unity 2019, and they are upgrading it to the existing or the updated version of Unity, obviously 2024. And supposedly it's supposed to open up a lot to the game. Ellie already has ragdolls. It's just not every enemy uses one. Hey, Cyborg. Does it still have... I haven't seen it in a while. Does LE still have that? You kill the enemy and it, like, freaks out and goes crazy over the screen? I feel like I haven't seen that in a while. Ooh. Get him, Raptor. Get him! Hey,
Good
Flenser.
morning at Aaron Action RP.
But I was just... I have no idea if I kept notifications on all the new podcast scenes. Just popped... I don't think so. Get him, Raptor. Get him! Who said Raptor sucks? I think I did. How bright will you burn? Flenzer, thank you for the sub. 31 months. Man, I really appreciate it. Why do you only have one? Where's the pack of raptors? Don't ask questions that you know are going to make me mad. I go on a rant for 5 years that music, movies, TV shows, you grow up thinking about raptor as a pack hunter. Whether that's true or false, I don't know. And then they make a Beastmaster inside of the game. And it is the damn main skill for Beastmaster. It is the mastery skill. And you could only have one. Oh, it makes me so mad. I don't like it. Just played Slormancer for the first time. Very enjoyable RPG. I beat Slormancer. We did a playthrough last week, maybe the week prior. Holy crap! You guys seeing this? Damn, that raptor's hitting for 250? That's not too bad. I was like, it feels like it's doing a decent amount of damage. LV, I got your question. We need a way to have raptor packs. I agree. All right. Have you beat it? Yeah, I just beat it a few days ago. We got the king as castle back. Aaron Amoff, please remember the request. The Void Centipede summon, which we'll be able to ride. Have a good one later, John. Have a good one, sir. What's up, Tekken? Flenzer, how are you doing, man? Flenzer, there is only one person higher than you on the sub number, and he beat you by 1 day. Yesterday, Wrath subbed for 34 months. He's the only one that's got you right now. Hi there. Hello. John wants really bad a void human centipede minion that you can ride. That should be pretty high on the list, I think, for EHG. That should be pretty high up there. Right? How about Slormancer? Literally the same day it went early access. Played it for a few days. Haven't revisited since. Think I might hold off till 1.0 to get a fresh experience when the devs think they can call it final. Didn't the Raptor suck? I've been working on Raptor all morning, so I put out my new Bleed Squirrels build, where you get 1,000 stacks of bleed. And I promised I'd go after Raptor, and it appears that at least in my first attempt, we're up to 250,000 damage when it's fully buffed. That's not too bad. It attacks pretty quick. It needs Dreadshade. The real question is Frosty prepared for the polka time? We're not having polka. Right? Guys? You must! What? You want me to make Mike dance to the polka? Now that I said that out loud, that actually doesn't sound half bad. It looks like an iguana chicken. This is the brand new model for it. So they went National Geographic on their Raptor. They didn't go Jurassic Park. Which, truth be told, I wish they went Jurassic Park, but that's fine. Or maybe they're saving that for an MTX, right? Change your Raptor into Jurassic Park Raptor. They have to do that. If they didn't do that, it's like, hey, everyone will buy this. They have to do that. Be free money. Don't think I'll catch the live. Good luck with the podcast. Hey, thanks so much, Nye. Thank you, thank you. Someone's gonna complain it's offensive. The Jurassic Park Raptor, because it's not. It's a video game that has time travel. I mean, maybe I don't know. Maybe. Don't forget, everybody, join today's giveaway. Type in !! Giveaway into the chat. Free copy of LE today. I feel like it's fitting. And again, I have 2 leaks for the podcast. 2 leaks for the podcast. Maybe I've seen them already. Maybe they're juicy. I don't know. Any advice for big rock boss in Lightless Arbor? I die from 1 rock. I mean, I would have to see your character. Grandma's chicken salad. I mean, obviously, it's don't get hit, like learn the boss mechanic well. But are you using endurance? Try and save you from that one shot. Did I miss it? Nope. We kick off in 75 minutes. Right now we are in pre-show. We are in podcast pre-show. Right now I am taking valid questions from the audience that you might have for Mike. I've got 2 leaks today, and we're giving away a free copy of Last Epoch. Put a timer on the screen too if you don't know when it starts. 75 minutes. You know what's going to be interesting too? Has anybody actually seen Frosty's face? A lot of people know Frosty's voice, but have you seen his face? Some of you, this might be a face reveal too. Mike's risking being in Frosty's next video. I know. Hey, buddy, how are things? House is gutted out and starting to rebuild today. Taking a break. I'm about 2 hours from Boise. Dude, you're right next to me, dude. You want to be in the podcast live? You got to get here in 74 minutes. Yeah, he's included in a video somewhere. That's right. We got to get Frosty make a LE video, but it has to be only positive. No, I know. Yeah, you're close to me. So, anybody that knows Frosty's video style, what do you think he could do for Last Epoch? Because technically the Last Epoch video he made was still about D4, right? It's why D4 people are going to hate Last Epoch. What could he do for Last Epoch? He can make a make fun of Blast Knife players. rip into the people that are obsessed with thousand corruption. He could talk about pets. He could talk about servers. Talk about corruption, for sure. Maybe best if Ellie isn't in his videos. You're right. That's kind of what I'm thinking about right now. Maybe it's not the best. Now that D4 released pet pickup stuff for you, is EHG going to consider it and do the same? I've got that question down already. So that's one of the questions that is prepared. It doesn't mean it'll get asked, but it is a currently written down question. We have different scenes for Mike today. So that one is designed for the hot seat. The hot seat. You can talk about the funny disconnect message. Oh, LE61. Dude, if that's actually genius. If Frosty made a video and all the title said was LE61, if you are a Last Epoch fan or hater, that would be a pretty quick click. That's a good idea. You can make a video about D4 stealing the feature from LE for tempering. Tempering and greater affixes. LE61 pet request. Even though they, like, I can see the resemblance between LE and D4 system, LE's is so much better. They took influence in the most basic of form. Get over here, Raptor. As new LE class, that's a car with guns. What? Two-handed spear. What am I watching? What are these numbers? If you're talking about my damage numbers, right now I am a solo Raptor. I promised a community member I would try and make solo Raptor. And right now my solo Raptor at the training dummy can hit for 250,000 damage. I legit can't believe it. I can't believe it, but it's working. So that's what I'm doing right now. Top left of the screen, or I guess right above my head. Today is episode 1 of me and Frostylaroo's brand new Town Portal podcast that kicks off in 70 minutes. Oh, kicks off in 69 minutes, where we are hosting senior developer and co-founder of VHG, Mike. Ninja. Mod, give, lose 50 points. Aww. Aaron had to say 69. What are you talking about? No, I didn't. Gamble all. I rolled a 4. Ugh, that's not very good. That's not very good. 69, dude. Hi, wifey, everybody. The wife's in chat. Best behavior. Hey, honey, I left. Can you send one of the... I was going to run upstairs. I made a drink, and then I left it upstairs somewhere. I don't even know where it is. Did I leave it right next to you? My poor wife. She comes to the chat to say hi, and the first thing I do is ask her for something. What the heck? What's wrong with me? Like... You're a monster. What? I know. What's up, Kyle? Thank you. Is this mine? Oh. I found it. I mean, I kind of found it. Podcast kicks off in an hour. Sure. Oh, Tech, the wife asked me if I just want a fresh hot dog off the grill. I said that'll be fine. I don't know where my wife is, so I'm sure she's somewhere. Terrible. What? I think she went to work. Just a disaster. All right, I think we need to actually test this thing because we're just walking through this. We are walking through this. Let's move. We'll go to a little middle ground here. 281 corruption. Let's boost up to 281 corruption. Eating hot dogs on Twitch is one step closer to a foot cam. Luz wants a foot cam. She keeps asking for it. Where's Akuma? I want Akuma. I've already pitched Akuma to EHG. I tried. Okay, for the next subathon, instead of a sleep cam, I'll just have a camera that stares at my feet. How's that? Don't clip that. That was a joke. Very silly joke. Foot cam or main decor funk? Ooh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. I was hanging laundry on the line and she disappeared. You don't have a dryer? You don't have a clothes dryer? Aaron's feet are legitimately not even a tiny bit cute, unfortunately. Dang it. I live in Canada. They don't have laundry. They don't have laundry. All right, I'm gonna ask now. I have to ask Mike during stream if he has a dryer, a clothes dryer in his house. See what he says. You think no, probably? Ooh, coming up on an hour. I don't have one either. Laundromat City. That is freaking wild. All right, corruption 281. Solo Raptor. Putting in work. Where's Guilty? Stupid wings off my back. Sick of looking at this. In the Bay Area, tons of houses don't have washers and dryers. Ask Mike when Black Hole Skill is getting some love. It got some love. It now uses the meteor tree. So if you are at 281, you could have 281 points for some cool stats you can't normally get. The problem with that tech is now you are going into the power creep territory. I don't know if I like that. Corruption unlocks points? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. Item to sell. Oh. Corruption creep equals power creep. Exactly. Madden 25 has a CMC on the cover. Bang bang 49ers gang. Uh-oh. I'm doing your rampaging bear build right now and loving it. Isn't it so much fun? The build is a lot of fun. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Glad you're enjoying it. All right, Raptor, go to work. I mean, it's legit not terrible. Ask Mike if you can make a unique and make Warlock turn its skills to void. I think I've already asked that question a few times, actually. Thank you, honey. Found a Wheel of Torment. What would be a legit question? Mike, what are the odds of getting a unique that helps give Warlock that unlocks Void Warlock? Mike, what are the odds of getting a unique that unlocks Void Warlock? Question officially submitted and written down. That's a good one. That's a good one. Can I combine uniques into one crazy item? No, you can combine an exalted and a unique into a crazy item. How's that? Nope, I want 2 uniques. I have seen questions around what to do with duplicate uniques or uniques you just leave on the ground. They've talked about maybe being able to shatter them, so I've heard that being toyed around with a little bit. You leave pretty much all of them on the ground, just saying. I always look at them. It also is interesting that you can't put in the loot filter legendary potential. It'd be awesome to recolor that to something so that you know if a unique has LP on it or not. But then again, I look at all of them anyways, so I don't know about that one. But will it be crazier than +3 Umbral Blades, +3 Sync Strike, 25 Elemental Resistance, 14 Health Range regen on a Gambit of the Erased? But how rare is that? I have made 20 Weavers Primalist relics, and they're always garbage. Would be nice if you shattered and they gain like 1 or 2 of the stats shattered. Wait. Would be nice if you shattered and they won you have on game. Oh, you could shatter the unique and the one you're wearing boosts in power. So then you're trying to find the same one over and over again. Sounds like power creep. I don't know. Legit question. Can EHG make Diablo as a boss in LE for free before Blizzard tries to sell him to fans for the ultimate dev troll of all time. Question submitted. That's a good one. That's a good one. Could you imagine? Because they don't even need to make it like a crazy boss. If EHG put in a damn NPC that looked like Diablo, or even like a small little enemy that only shows up on this one map, right? Hey, Diablo's in LE before D4. That would be awesome. Is Diablo in any of the cinematics? Is he even mentioned in the story? I don't remember. This question for Mike. Can you make Spellblade great again? Spellblade's getting love. They've already shown off passive tree getting redone a little bit. So at least Spellblade's getting something. That would be one hell of a meme. So you can't see it, but well, I guess you can. Switch sides. And then Blizzard can return the favor. This is Etera. Hidden in plain sight on your UI. It's like she's the god of the gods who is currently not in the game. Diablo drops, or Blizzard puts Etera in D4. Can they share more info on set item reworks? They cannot. That question gets asked every week on Friday. They have a plan for it. It's not 100% finalized, and it's currently not being worked on. But he did mention that sets will get a little bit of tweaks for Cycle 2, which probably just means balance. Maybe buff some of their stats, add different stats. My guess on that is that set augmentation will be tied to a dungeon reward. It's my guess, but I have no idea. Etera would beat Diablo. We all know that. Ooh. We need to get what the hell's it called? What's it called? MTV back in the day would do the like clay fights. Oh my gosh, what the hell's it called? What's it called? Someone knows right now. We just found Celebrity Deathmatch. Yes. Celebrity Deathmatch. Etera versus Diablo. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. So, I am very curious what this would sell for. An almost perfect 30% to health. This can roll between 10 and 30, and it rolled 29. Summon Wolf can roll between 1 and 3, and this rolled with a 3. And it has 1 LP for merchants. It's a very... Dude, we found 2 Herald of the Scurries fairly close together. Thing's really damn good. 50 gold? Yeah, probably 50 gold. All right, Guilty's got another question. Question for Mike. Up until now, it's been said that the intended corruption level is 200 to 300 for an established build. You spoke about bridging the gap in difficulty between 300 and 1000. What do you think the new intended corruption range will be? I've got a question similar to that. That one might be worded better because you're kind of using his own words, which I like. Use his own words against him. Question officially submitted. I got it. All right, I'm not eating this damn hot dog. Oh, man. She put 2 hot dogs in there. Look at that. That's your big boy right there. All right, be right back. 1 second. 52 minutes. On Twitch, type in ! giveaway. We're drawing free copy of Last Epoch tonight. 2 leaks coming for Cycle 2 LE. Frostylaroo, my co-host, and senior developer Mike will be joining us shortly. I'll be right back.
Close the curtain, close the door. It's getting too bright in here for me to say. I've been standing here a while, trying to figure it all out, if it's you or me. So do you feel my heart beating a little faster? Do you?
That was good timing. I love it. My son is on the other side of this wall. So I get up, I'm eating my hot dog. I go into his room. He's watching a video on The Brood. WWF, Christian, Edge, and that other vampire guy. You guys don't know what I'm talking about. You're done? I finished it. I ate that hot dog, that double hot dog, in probably 22 seconds. Do they still wrestle? Edge and Christian does. You don't know about The Brood, LV. Come on. Don't pretend. Gonna get a hot dog at Costco after work. Very nice. Question. Are they working on new additions for crafting? It would be dope to transfer good affixes to a different base as an end game bis item crafting. Are you talking about being able to switch out implicits? Is that kind of what you're thinking? Attitude Era was the best. Yeah. Question officially submitted. Any chance we get a way to modify implicits in the future? Maybe even switch them out. Done. Gangrel. Oh, some people know The Brood. Damn. Raptor's a monster, man. It is so funny wrestling has a world champion. It would be like me saying I am a world champion and it is scripted. Ah, you are somebody that doesn't understand wrestling. And the coveted WWE Championship, what that means and how you get there. You should go watch the movie. I think it's on HBO Max. It's called The Iron Claw. What's up, Penguin? All right, everybody, we are 45 minutes away. 45 minutes away. Aaron is getting nervous. What if it's all screwed up? What if it doesn't work? It should work. We did an audio and video test already. Got all the scenes set up. Should work. Hopefully. Penguin, how's it going? Everybody, right now I am taking questions from the audience. So if you guys have anything you want me to ask Mike, it is not a guaranteed. But if it's valid and good, I will write it down as a potential question. The show tonight will be about 90 minutes. I've got 2 leaks. So 2 cycle 2 leaks. And we're giving away a free copy of Last Epoch. If it doesn't work, then you will hear about it forever. I mean, this is episode 1. So I wouldn't be, like, heartbroken if it didn't work. I mean, I wouldn't be happy. Now, second time it doesn't work, well, now we got a problem. It should work. We have been saying... We have a saying in machining, if it doesn't work, we'll always think it should have. Sounds like a good saying. right? I think. I'm just throwing it out there. Right now, Bleed Raptor. I can't believe I'm even saying this. Actually, I'm not going to say it. Never mind. I can't put that out there. I just log in, but you're always right. Oh, jeez. If it is working, then it has a few features. He secretly likes Bleed Raptor. Fine, I'll say it. It feels just as good as lightning wolves or squirrels. It's pretty damn good. I mean, again, this is 281 corruption. We haven't died. I've not died yet. At the training dummy, it's hitting for 250,000 damage. And like, I haven't even done any testing. It's just like in my head what I thought would be good. It's pretty damn good. It's not purple. It's the Discovery Channel version of Raptor. It's got wings on it. He secretly likes it. Bleed Raptor. Also, you maybe people that are watching notice the Raptor has not died one time. It's just eating this stuff. Don't forget to ask Mike about the Void Portal. Hey, Mike. I'm going to quickly pull up something on screen that my community has a question about. Who designed and animated the Void Portal, and what reference material did they use? What do you? Is that a good question? What do you think? You like that one? Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, the Void Portal in Last Epoch, some think that it is not appropriate. Some believe it is not super appropriate the way it's designed. So, potato. I bet they used the Everybody Loves Raymond episode. Oh my gosh. Delmore, how's it going? Oh, it's inspiring. Yeah. It's pulsating, and then when you run, you enter. Oh, forget it. All right. We're not. Stop looking at the Void Portal. Sick people. Sick people. That's what you're. You need to see a doctor. Oh, here we go. You will go blind. There's nothing wrong with that portal. Taken, I'm not reading that. All right. Bleed Raptor is back on the hunt. You know what's really interesting? When I was testing Bleed Raptor earlier, it's actually not a Bleed Raptor, which means it's not a damage over time bleed stack build. This is what I found out really quickly. The Raptor does tons of damage to bleeding targets. So the target just has to be bleeding, and it does a ton of damage. But you don't actually care about damage over time with the build. "38 minutes. Ow. Ooh, is that what I thought I saw? Tier 7 health? is tier 7 health. We want this to turn into armor percent, flat armor, or health. I mean, it's kind of armor. Tempest Strike. No, something good. Come on! Minion health! Armor Shred for Locust. Locust use strength and attunement. Attunement more. Maybe. So the Raptor gets that, but the Blade Dancer doesn't. Great. That's great. The Raptor is good. Dark Lotus, it's legit good. Aaron doesn't dare ask Mike the Void Portal question. No, I'm not going to ask him the Void Portal question. We've got some juicy questions, but not that juicy. Wait, what did I say? You know what I mean. Flanzer, don't laugh at that. You know what I meant, I think. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah, we know what you mean. Oh, gosh. Where's Autobot at tonight? Sleeping? Chasing this frickin' guy in circles. Watch how fast the Raptor eats him. Ready? He's dead already. He didn't even get a hit out. Yeah, I like the Raptor. What are you feeding that thing? I don't know. It's a monster. Also, we haven't died yet. Like, what the hell's happening? If anybody has any serious... Actually, it doesn't matter. If you have any questions for Mike, we will do a little Q&A at the end of stream. But if you have something you want me to directly ask him, I won't guarantee it, but now is the time to submit your questions to me. The Raptor just walks up and one-shots everything. Look at it. What I need is Dreadshade for it. Minutes. PoE Grimmy. Hold on. All right, let's see. What do you got for me? 2 questions. Why don't keys at least stack in stash? Second, why is the main game crafting gated behind a dungeon run? While I understand maybe to unlock the ability, can't it be something... Can't it then be something done all the time? Maybe an unlock in the end game area? So you're saying... I find this Herald of the Scurry, level 73 with 1 legendary potential. Right now, I can go to my forge and turn it into a legendary. Is that what you would want? Is that what you're asking? Instead of having to go through the dungeon to create it? Is that what we're asking for? Yep, or maybe a thing in the end game area you have to run to at least. That would make doing the dungeon runs pointless. They'd have to put something else at the dungeon. Unless it was just the boss drops from Julra is why you ran it. Okay. First off, PoE, I can answer this, and you're really going to love this. Well, you're not going to love it, but you'll understand it being a Path of Exile player. There's a very, very simple reason why keys do not stack and why they're not crafting materials, okay? The initial design around keys was just like maps in PoE. You were going to be able to add different modifiers to them to create your own dungeon runs. Or keys were going to drop with affixes or certain things on them so that every time you run a dungeon, your key has modifiers. That's why they are not stackable. That's why they don't just transfer into materials. Because of that. Oh, okay. I understand then. Yes, that's why they're designed this way. Now, since the initial design concept, they basically said they're not going that route, which would be awesome if they did. So imagine like, you know, you pull up your forge, you throw your key in the forge, and you could modify it. That would be sick. That would be awesome. The key was the craftable item. I mean, it never made its way to the game, but that was the initial design concept when they released dungeons. So the quest then is, do they intend to do anything with keys like that? Because if not, really need to stack. They're making what's called a key ring. And the key ring is just a fancy way of saying they will go into your inventory like shards. They'll just be like Diablo 4 gems. It'll just be a material. And then when you go to the dungeon, you could pull out the shards or the keys just like you do when you're crafting. We're calling it a key ring. A key bag. Yeah, that's my only 2 questions I had after playing LE and such. It's good questions. "27 minutes. 27 minutes. Devotion. Dude, the raptor just ate that siege golem. Just gonzo. All right, Frosty has checked in. He said, "My body is ready." Sounds good, sir. On YouTube, I apologize if I missed you replying to my earlier post, but can we ask Mike if they are looking at updating some of the NPC models and the portraits? The older ones, the Cultist Camp, are mismatched. Let's see. Can't see. Bam. All right. Your question is officially submitted. Again, no promises, but I've got it. All right, thanks, bro. Need more dungeons. There should be a crafting guild faction that allows you to re-slam items and increase shard drop rates. So they have confirmed more factions are coming. Now, it's not going to be like you're no longer going to be in COF or you're no longer going to be in Merchant's Guild. It'll be like you have an option, Circle of Fortune or Merchant's Guild. Merchant's Guild. Then it's like you have a second option, Crafters Guild or Speedrunners. Next option, ranged or melee. You know, they're going to have multiple faction options, but they're not, you'll always have an option of one of the two. So they're going to be in sets of 2. Kyle. I don't think Aaron should be allowed in the Merchant's Guild. He should be banned. Me? Why? All right, this is going to be a great test for Bleed Raptor. 259% more health and damage. This is Emperor of Corpses, Corruption 281. And it has the modifier, enemies are deadly if they have not been damaged recently. And this run has 1 million of those damn enemies. Bleed Raptor. Get him! Whoa. smoked. Twisted Heart. Good, Raptor. You did good work. Stupid Void Portal. Pretty dope bossing with that. That seems pretty damn strong. I am shocked. I'm absolutely shocked. That boss was difficult on my Sentinel. At what level? Bees and raptors might be a thing. The raptor applies its own bleed stacks, and I apply bleed stacks to help buff it. But this is really interesting. Again, this is a bleed raptor, but you don't care about stacks of bleed, and you don't care about damage over time, and you don't care about bleed duration. Because raptor, additional damage to bleeding targets. More crit chance and crit multiplier, bleeding targets. More melee damage based upon bleeding targets. So basically what you want is you want every enemy around you to have at least one singular stack of bleed on them. And then the raptor just goes haywire. Question. Are we ever going to get a skip campaign option for new characters? That's never going to happen. Right now, it is not going to happen. And it's not a forever. It's just, it's not currently being developed. 20 minutes! 20-minute warning on the podcast. 20 minutes. Will there be a DPS meter on dummies in the future? This question's also been asked recently, and the current answer is no. I don't know why. There's just a couple things that EHG is like hard no on. Calculator on the training dummy is one of them. Skip campaign button. Ew. They have talked about a lot. Jump through the campaign using the dungeons need to be a better way. They need to function as a better campaign skip, because that's technically how they were designed for alternate characters. And in my opinion, if they made one small change, when you jump through the dungeons, you get the passives and the skill points, or the idle slots, associated with what you skipped. Oh my gosh, that would be like... I mean, that's basically a true campaign skip, if they did that. I get it. Aaron don't want to put in the work for the extra points. Technically, right now, I have all 15 masteries in the game, level 90 plus. So, I mean, with the exception of Cycle, I'll never need to level another character. So, I don't really care. Even our Forge Guard, we got to, what, 91? Minion critical strike multiplier tier 6. Void. Durance. We have now minion health strength. Nope. 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 I was about to watch a video on the update next month, but do you have the highlights off the top of your head? Wait, your question is, what is coming for Cycle 2? Is that your question? Cycle 2 is adding the Nemesis system. It is adding Harbinger bosses. It is adding a Pinnacle boss. It is adding new uniques, new balance. It is adding an evade/dodge roll for all characters. And other things. Should you have the obsidian base for the minion implicit there? Yes, I should. But this item that I had /crafted is tier 6 minion melee, tier 5 minion melee, parry chance, and melee attack speed. So some survivability, my attack speed, we're giving a base of 71 minion melee to the raptor. And then again, the raptor needs enemies bleeding around him. And this implicit gives me, every time I hit an enemy, it makes them bleed. So it buffs the raptor. But yeah, the additional 110% to minion physical would be technically better. But for what I had laying around this morning to make this works great. All right, anybody that watches Friday streams with Mike, all right? You might know this, you might not. His microphone is all jacked up, all right? So just keep in mind that he said he's been trying to work on his microphone and it's still jacked up. So give Mike a little bit of grace. Let's start getting this ready. Thanks for the insight. No, you're very welcome. That'd be cool because you still have to do the campaign your first character each cycle before you have keys to skip. Exactly. Exactly right. And that's actually the whole idea behind it. Is you have to go through the campaign once to get the keys to be able to jump through the dungeons. But since it doesn't give you the passives and the idle slots, it's just like, screw it, I'll just run through the campaign anyways. Are they coming out with some PoE level store stuff? I'm ready to pay pig for LE. Ooh. Let's update our stream settings. Right now, we've got 36 watching on YouTube, 19 watching on X, and 110 on Twitch. Very nice. And don't forget everybody on Twitch. I know, I'm sorry, X and YouTube people. It's not on purpose. I promise. Right now, the giveaway for a free copy of Last Epoch, you have to type !giveaway on Twitch. All right. EHG, Mike. All right, that is set up. That looks good. That looks good. Mm-hmm. $10. Waiting for cycle 2 to buy big. Without the fact I already own everything from the founders, I'm a whale for this game. All right, 10-minute warning. Any final questions? Now is the time. We've got so many questions. There's no way we're going to get through all of them, just FYI. Hope Mike is ready for this. Question, has anything changed with multiplayer monolith progression, or maybe still a waste of time? Mike mentioned on a Friday stream that there's going to be some kind of shared monolith corruption or something. I don't know. Maybe I can get him to elaborate on it. There's for sure an update to it. So multiplayer monolith progression is changing. We need more supporter packs to love the game, right? I know. What a crazy problem. I hear all the time, I want to buy a t-shirt. I want to buy a hat. I want more supporter packs. People just want to give EHG money because they love the game so much. Thank you. That's good news for me and the boys. That's right. Question, burger or tacos? If that's for Mike, I think he's a burger guy. I don't know what kind of burger or tacos, man. That is hard. Probably burger. But I really love tacos too. 10 minutes! 10-minute warning. I disagree. I think burger tacos are great. You know what I had the other day? I was out to lunch with my daughter after gymnastics. We went somewhere to eat, and their special was a quesadilla burger. Just envision that in your head for a second. I was like, what the hell is this? They're like, oh, our special for the week is our quesadilla burger. My 9-year-old's like, you have to order that. So I had a quesadilla, but it wasn't that good. It wasn't that good. Just in time. Dude, I literally... Can you guys believe it? A whole LE stream. Wait, are we going to die right here at the end? I was about to say we have not died. Maybe we're about to.
It's about to go down.
Yes, it is. I'm terrified I didn't turn off all the notifications on all the podcast scenes. Don't worry, I'm going to get them quick. Don't even try it. I don't remember. Booyah! Over 2 hours of Bleed Raptor at almost corruption 300, not one death. Anyway, don't laugh. Don't laugh. Booyah. Posture check. You guys are seriously killing me. Just let Mike play with it. He will get him killed, right? Cajun, I've already got the void portal out. Oops, I ran into it. I fell into the void portal. Did I miss it? Podcast kicks off in 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Jack. I think we're good. I think we're good. All right. I am going to go snag Frosty and Mike. Here's what's going to happen. Me, my co-host, Frostylaroo, and Mike are going to chat for 90 minutes. I feel like we have a good show planned, but this is our first podcast, so we'll see how it goes. We got lots of good questions. We have multiple scenes. We got a video to watch. I have 2 Cycle 2 leaks, never been seen before. So you're also going to get 2 Last Epoch teasers on this podcast. At the end of the podcast, we're also going to be drawing a Last Epoch game key. So on Twitch, type in !giveaway. Should be a fun show. All right, everybody. I'm going to go back to the starting soon scene, and we're going to come back with Mr. Frosty and Mr. Mike. I'll see you all in a few minutes. Bye. Wait, let me get this timer out of here. Now bye.
Round 1, fight!
tonight, along with Aaron and Frosty. We're taking flight, tune in, level up, turn the quest. In the world of action, we're the best. Welcome to the Town Portal Podcast.
Why, hello everyone, and welcome to episode 1 of the brand new established Town Portal Podcast. My name is Aaron, the owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG, and next to me is my co-host Frosty. Say hello, Frosty.
Hello, everyone. Hope everyone's doing well today and ready for a nice Last Epoch podcast.
That's right. And right under me, because we did that thing where like, oh, we're like above the guest, like looking down at them, is senior developer and co-founder of EHG, the studio behind Last Epoch, my favorite game, Mike. Say hello, sir.
Hello. How's it going, everybody?
And today's show, we have multiple scenes set up. We might have a Kickstarter video set up. We've got lots of questions. We've got Mike in the hot seat. Hopefully you all enjoy the show that we prepared. We're going to go for about 90 minutes. Now, 11th Hour Games has also provided me and Frosty with 2 leaks, teasers, whatever you want to call it, where we're going to show off something coming for Cycle 2 that has not been released. Also, at the end of the podcast, we are going to draw a Last Epoch game key. It's just a thank you to everybody that came out today. Sound good? You guys ready? Frosty,
I'm
hit
ready.
Mike with your first question.
All right, Mike. This one's going to be a kind of a softball here. So I know Cycle 2 is coming out July 9th. What would you say for people who've been living under a rock are the highlights of Cycle 2?
Yeah, the big I guess exciting thing for people who maybe have played and are looking to come back. The pinnacle boss that we're adding into the game. It's our first fixed difficulty, like non-corruption scale, non-infinitely scaling boss that is meant to be a real challenge for players who are playing in the end game, and some other little end game sprinkles in there that we'll expand on a little later.
Quick follow-up on
go ahead.
that. Sorry, Aaron.
No, you're good.
What are the rewards for killing this boss?
Okay, so that's something I can't actually tell you yet.
Okay.
They're not fixed yet. We have we've got some stuff there, but it's not that's not 100% locked in yet. So it's
But there
Okay,
are
understand.
rewards that are boss specific, which means you can only get this item from killing this pinnacle boss.
Yes. It's not fixed yet. That's the problem. So like that's the current plan, but like it's subject to change still.
Okay.
We've got another couple weeks before a full lock.
When you're
Okay.
talking about the difficulty of this fight, you talked about on one of your Friday streams that the new pinnacle boss will be more of a challenge than Tier 4 Julra. Now, in Tier 4 Julra, if you have one of these OP builds, you can go in there and you could kill Julra prior to it even getting an attack off.
Yeah.
Will this pinnacle boss have phases where it doesn't matter how good your build is, you can't kill it in a second?
I mean, I think if you could deal infinite damage in the first second of the fight, it would die instantly.
Okay.
But there's enough health and enough changes in the adaptive boss dynamics that if there are any builds that can kill it that fast, we've really made a mistake. There should be a significant, even like we were taking builds that were able to do that to T4 Julra, and they were not able to. Those same builds were not able to do that to the pinnacle boss that I almost slipped up and said the name of in the very first moments of this stream.
Just go ahead. It's fine.
Just say
go
it.
ahead. You don't have to worry about it. Like, it's totally fine. But this fight
I don't get to
will.
keep doing these things if I don't do those mistakes, though.
I guess that's true. But this fight will have a skill element to it, correct? As far as
Yeah, I think the important thing here is that if you have a really there's boss mechanics that you can engage with that if you choose to ignore will make the fight incredibly difficult. and possibly impossible if your build isn't good enough. So like it's kind of the same way with every boss fight though. Like if your build is strong enough, you can start to ignore individual mechanics. Like let's talk like go back to real basics here. And basically any boss fight, they've got like a regular melee attack.
Yeah.
And if your health regen is just enough to withstand that melee attack, you can just ignore that as a mechanic. You don't have to like move out of the way of a basic melee attack because your build is strong enough.
Yeah, if you have
And the
enough
same thing
leech, you could just sit there and leech and not have to worry about it. Yeah.
Yeah, and so that same sort of thing applies to some of the boss mechanics that are there that you could, if your build was strong enough, just ignore. But you're gonna need some, like we're talking really strong builds before you're gonna even start to ignore those mechanics. And most people that are facing this boss when they're first like getting through the like getting to it early on in a cycle, those people that are racing to fight that boss initially when we're early on in a cycle drop, because your gear's not gonna be that, oh, I farmed for 1,000 hours to get this gear at this point. You're gonna be engaging with all those mechanics at the start for sure. Once we're like late in the cycle, like we're 3 months down the road into this fight being out, and people have like the best in slot gear they can possibly get reasonably. Like you're gonna start seeing faster and faster kills as builds get a little more finely tuned.
And you'll start finding strategy for the fight, right? You'll see how to win, how to do this, do that, all that. Okay.
Yep.
Frosty, do you have anything else on the new Pinnacle boss coming?
I think that's about it. But I got a next question here.
Okay.
So I hear there's new random encounters in Cycle 2. So will this be a huge monster attacking you, a bunch of monsters? Will it happen while leveling up? Is it only endgame? And should hardcore players be concerned about this?
So that's a good question.
Yeah, great way to phrase it. So we're the primary one that I think you're talking about here is going to feel very similar to how we've presented exiled mages in the past. So that mechanic where there's this opt-in aspect of it, so you can choose to fight more things if you want, and it's this optional challenge. So like if you're a hardcore player, or like with exiled mages, if you're a hardcore player and you're just like, I just don't want to fight that mage, you just don't pop the prison and you walk by it, and it's you're not in any extra danger. And it's the same style of thing where there's a situation where you have to opt into the fight. You have to very explicitly say, I want to fight this right now.
Okay.
Come at me. And but it will be tough, and it will be something that will challenge you and have good rewards and stuff.
I can't comment on
that,
this one. I can't comment on this one.
What are the rewards for this one?
I mean, they'll items. That's about all I can say there.
Okay.
Yeah, equipment items.
I will come over the top and say good equipment items. So there you go. How's that? Okay, Mike, you're gonna like
good equipment items. How we go with that?
Right? Mike, you're gonna
There's
like
always a
this
chance you
question.
drop crap, right?
I guess that's true. You're gonna like this one. Up until now, it's been said that the intended corruption level is about 200 to 300 for an established build. You spoke about bringing the gap in difficulty between 300, or bringing in the gap between 300 and 1,000. What do you think the new intended corruption range will be?
Yeah, I mean, we're still aiming at that same sort of point for most builds,
Okay.
and that's not to say that we look at a build and we're like, oh, it's hit this corruption threshold, it's time to get the nerf hammer out. Like let's drop this down to a reasonable point necessarily. We do try and sort of massage things so that they're closer together, and most of that comes from the expectation of having to get your corruption up that high, because we've set the balance of how fast you're going to get rewards from corruption and the time it takes you to get to that corruption at a sort of like a specific time investment range for the player. So we don't expect players to sit there and grind corruption for a month solid every day, all day, just to get up to these insane corruption numbers.
Because it takes a long time.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's sort of the indication of where we expect players to be with corruption is the time investment that they're putting into getting corruption up that high. So we still want players to be able to have builds where they're like, oh, I'm going to push corruption a little bit more, and I'm going to see how high I can do that. But we want the point that they're hitting that challenging pushing phase to be a lot earlier.
Great. So I hear you've added an evade dodge mechanic to the game. How will that function? Will there be iframes, and will there be stats on gear that affect this?
Yeah. Okay. Great question. the core of it, it's really simple. It is it's basically a shorter shift. Like if you're familiar with the rogue shift ability, where it just you move, you dash in a direction and you move, it's that, but you don't go as far. That's the basis of it right there. There's no iframes. It's not a like dramatic speed boost. It's mostly just a like I need to, like when I say dramatic speed boost, it's not a mobility. It's not a dramatic mobility boost. So that's one of the big concerns people have, is that you're not that spamming this is going to be the preferred method of getting across a map, like some like speedrunner playing Zelda or something. You're just like rolling every chance you get. Personally, when playing with it, I find I'm more efficient when I have it ready for the fights themselves.
Would you say that the new Pinnacle boss requires a movement skill? Like, let's say I went in and said I didn't take a movement skill and I hate evade. Can you complete the fight without a movement skill?
It is possible.
Okay.
It is possible. You kind of have to be so good at it that you're like anticipating the fight, the abilities. You're like learning the anticipation swings and things like that. You're learning like any tiny little clue that some ability is coming, where you're like, oh, I know at this health it's gonna add this ability to its pool, and I've got to anticipate that and be ready to move out of the way quickly. You know, like if you're that tuned into the boss and your build is that strong, you got like crazy gear, you could get away with doing without a movement ability.
But it would definitely help.
It's gonna make life a lot harder if you have no extra movement to things at all. And it's like there's so many different little movement touches that are sprinkled into other abilities too. So like like some abilities give you like a little backflip or a little forward hop or something like that. And like even things like that can be useful in the right situation if you know what you're doing with them and you know the boss fight really well and you've learned it. First time people going into that boss fight, having a movement ability is going to be really, really useful.
Got it. And I'm sure it's going to be the fight when you go in for the first time. It's going to be brutal because you don't know any of the attacks or what it's going to do.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, that makes sense. Mike, I know this is a totally far down the line question. Any plans for a mastery for Mage that does minions? So normally every class kind of has a minion mastery, and I guess Mage kind of has the Rune Master. Any thoughts of a sub or a mastery for Mage, minion focused?
It's unlikely at this point.
Okay.
The Rune Master almost became that, and we made a conscious decision not to have someone just have mirror images. And yeah, that's the like, yeah, it kind of does it a little bit, but not really. And we made a conscious decision not to have a minion mastery on Mage. And our current plans for like moving forward on Mage do not involve minions.
Okay.
But like our current plans don't extend into the final, like we're like 10 years from now sunsetting last Epoch, and I'm not looking that far in the future. So maybe someday, but we don't have any plans for it right now.
Okay.
I want to close the door completely.
All right. So will there be any new uniques or items added to Cycle 2? And if so, can you give us some information on one or as many as you want?
Or all of them?
I don't think I can say anything specific about them yet, but there definitely are lots coming. Like roughly similar to however many we added in 1.0 and 0.92 and 0.91, and it's a pretty similar amount of uniques that come in on major patches. We've got
double digits. Is it double digits?
Yeah. For those who don't know, how much is like the normal amount of uniques coming?
Yeah, I said that because I'm not actually sure what the normal amount is myself either.
Okay,
but we've been allocating a similar amount of resources to it as we usually do. Okay. It is I'm pretty sure we already have double digits number of uniques, and there are more uniques still being made.
Awesome.
There's definitely some that are here. This is the best I can do for you in specifics. There's at least one unique for a long established ability that I don't think has any unique specific to it yet. I don't think it has any that are like that mention this ability directly on it.
A unique for a skill, and that skill does not have a unique for it currently.
Yeah, like a unique that like specifically calls out just that unique or just that ability.
Okay. This ties into my next question, which I'm sure you will not be surprised in. Is there any future plans to create a unique that unlocks Void for Warlock?
I am not surprised about that question at all.
Okay, for everybody, I
we've
told
talked about this a few
EHG
times.
for years that I wanted the Warlock to be Void. I don't work for EHG, so it's just a recommendation. But yeah, anyways.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the Warlock being Void, and like initially, that was one of the options we talked about when we were designing like the Rune Master and the Warlock for 1.0, and Falconer. Well, Rune Master was a little bit before, but Falconer, Warlock, and Rune Master. There was a lot of design discussions that happened around the where they fit into the game and where they're going to fit into the things we do going forward as well. So there was a lot more future planning that went into those 3 masteries than the ones that came before it. I think that if we added a Void themed mastery to Acolyte, it probably wouldn't be Warlock.
So no.
Probably not. I mean, like Sork has some Void stuff already with like some items. I think that would probably be about as far as we would go for adding Void to Warlock. Would be like maybe there's an item that sprinkles it in a little bit.
Okay.
But not in 1.1. Sorry.
So,
I don't think so. So unless someone sneaks something in the last like day or two.
So it's not a definite no, but it's a maybe no.
Yeah.
I think that exploring like a full Void class on Acolyte would be more interesting than slipping it into Warlock.
Knowing how much people like Void, I would be surprised if EHG doesn't have at least some plans for more Void with masteries down the line, seeing as really there's only Void Knight right now.
We have
Right, yeah.
We have plans to add Void to other classes.
Nice. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. So is there any consideration on expanding on your leaderboard systems? I know a lot of people enjoy the first to 100 or max level race, and possibly even weekly or monthly resets to some of the leaderboards.
Yeah, there's the number of like internal requests for leaderboard additions that we have is insane. Where we're like, oh man, we got to add this one and we got to add that one. Okay, we got to do this first and we got to do that first. Slow down, guys, type thing. So yes, there's lots of things that we want to add in for more leaderboard stuff. We really want to add in. I think the thing that I'd really like to see personally is leaderboards for things other than like level and corruption and like things other than level and arena. So things like corruption or things like I don't know, even weird things. I think there's room for a lot of different leaderboards that can be weird competitive-y things, and it's kind of just ends up being
kill.
like, yeah, or like lowest level pinnacle boss kill,
That's cool.
or like I don't know. This is something I literally just thought of right now, so it's not in the works. But like I think there's a lot of room for more interesting things like that, and it's kind of just like getting like some really specific and narrow access to the database on what characters are out there and what they've done. And these are mostly things that we'll be trying to record anyways, and things that we'll be trying to be able to look up anyways, so that it's mostly just creating the UI framework for it to display to people. And I think there's a lot of interesting things in there where people can say like, here's an aspect of the game that I really like and I really find fun. Hey, I can compete on that because there's a ranking system there that I can see like, oh, like this activity that I love.
Yep.
I'm the 451st best person on that thing. Let me try and get higher on that ladderboard, and like leaderboard.
Anything coming for Cycle 2 though to leaderboards?
No.
So
the leaderboards in Cycle 2 are going to be largely the same. There might be some like there's like a new column that got added. I think it's just like a little bit of extra information that we've been tracking that we've added. So like there's I think there's a tiny little update technically. So technically the answer is yes, but
yeah, but nothing major,
like
just little UI
nothing major,
stuff.
yeah.
Okay.
But there's definitely a lot of room for those types of things, and that's the sort of content that we're really interested in adding onto the game, because I think it could be a lot of fun. Even weird things like most gold anyone's farmed or something. I don't know, just like I think there's room for weird things like that.
I think that sounds awesome.
I like the low level, like level 50 pinnacle boss kill, something like that. Like
That comes from like there's a YouTube video that came out, I don't know, 5 years ago, of this guy beating the Diablo 2 Pandemonium event, the Chaos Tristram, at like level 15 with a paladin or something. I don't know, maybe it was level 21 or something. It was really low where you're like, he's like, I got smite, let's go.
It might be possible if you had 4 LP uniques that you turned into legendaries, they could use super low level and you prep for it. Oh yeah, that would be pretty fun. That would be fun.
Yeah, it's like, it's kind of, by being super low level, you're restricting access to certain abilities and passives and things like that. And like the amount of points you can put in your skills caps really early and things like that. So there's some interesting restrictions that happens when you start looking at low level contests for things. I think it's fun.
Yeah, it's fun. All right, next question. You're going to like this one, maybe. How does it feel to see major developers like Grinding Gear Games and Blizzard making changes to their game like trading and crafting systems that appear to be influenced by Last Epoch? What impact do you think this recognition has on your team and the game's development?
Yeah. Oh wow, that's a lot of stuff there. I mean, it's kind of surreal to see, because there's clear impact that we're having on the ARPG space, which is like, that alone is amazing. And I think that most of that impact probably just comes from like people playing different games and then going back to their like the other communities that they're part of and saying like, hey, I really like this feature. And I think that's how a lot of that that gets like I was gonna say bleeds into the other games a little bit, but I don't know the best word here, I'm missing, but it doesn't matter. The way that I think that it's really cool that we're able to look at these systems and say like, we're clearly doing something right, and I think it gives the team a lot of energy and just like, hey, this is like a small community of games. There's not a lot of big ARPGs right now, and I think that we're making a splash, and it's really fun. It's exciting, and yeah.
Could you have envisioned that when you responded to the Reddit post back in the day?
I mean, you always dream about that sort of thing. I don't think it was anything any of us expected or envisioned, really. But you know, you don't. It's not completely out of mind.
No, that's awesome.
Nice. So, speaking of a system unique to Last Epoch, I really enjoyed the faction systems. Now, in Cycle 2, is there going to be changes to the faction system? I noticed there was a change to level 10, the Circle of Fortune. Is there anything else that we can expect? And maybe even explain the level 10 change, because I'm not sure everyone knows.
Yeah, so the level 10, the new rank 10 COF faction reward is that basically boss specific stuff drops 150%. Right. So you get extra boss drops. So if you're COF, you're getting extra cracks at that. At those boss drops, because previously that was a big gap in COF's bonuses, and people felt like they were being. I think this is. I'm just going to step back a little bit from the question, but I'll finish it. Is that I think a big driving factor for a lot of people's enjoyment in ARPGs is feeling like you're being efficient, and most times that comes from just being efficient. And if you're playing COF and you're fighting those bosses right now with the 1.0 live version, before we've made this change, you feel like you're not being efficient because the bonuses that you're getting from the faction you chose are not being applied to those drops. And so you're like, well, I might as well just be MG if I'm farming these items, because it's basically the same thing. And it's that feeling of being inefficient that I think feels bad to a lot of players. And so we're, I guess the target of this change is trying to make people feel and actually be more efficient in their farming as COF, which I think feels good and is fun for a lot of people. And then to expand on the actual like faction changes themselves, yeah, there's a lot more changes. I think
there's a rumor going around that there's going to be more than 10 levels.
It's not off the table. It's not impossible. There's a lot of changes. I think there's in total of all of the faction rank rewards that exist in the entire game, there are more new than old.
Great.
Oh wow.
More like brand new that just didn't exist before, like just like brand new things. Like the 150% is a brand new thing. So there's more new than old in like the whole faction system together. I can't really tell you exactly where those things are, but yeah, there's a good chunk of them. There's gonna be new faction stuff to explore. like yeah, and we built the faction system really intentionally to easily be expanded upon with new factions, with new rewards, with new NPCs for the factions that exist, and new items that get added in, and new mechanics that work with that. And like there's all these things that we built the system to be really extensible right from the get-go, and that's something that we do plan on leveraging as we go forward.
So, is there any new factions being developed right now for later cycles?
Yep. We are working on new factions right now. Yep, and they aren't mutually exclusive factions. So
really,
so like you could join like COF, and maybe in the future there's like some other faction you join, so you're part of COF and this other faction at the same time. So they're not specifically just about finding necessarily. Awesome. Yeah. So maybe there's a I don't want to go too in depth on things that are coming in the future, but like
can.
Maybe there's some new mechanic, and there's some faction that's associated with that new mechanic, and there's some reason to join some faction. Yeah, like I'm super vague here, but yeah, we're gonna keep adding more factions, and we've got like it was like right from square one of adding the factions. It was designed with the intention of adding more in the future.
No, that is awesome. Switching to crafting. Any plan for new crafting materials and or the ability to modify implicits, like switch implicits?
Implicits are tied to the base item extremely tightly right now with the way items are developed.
Okay.
So we'd have to kind of change how like just base items function in the game to even just to even like have implicits work. Like be something that you could change. It would be easier for us to just like change the base item altogether into a different base item.
I see.
Okay. to modify implicits. So implicits are pretty right now, and we don't plan on changing it. And right now, the way it is the implicits are very intrinsically tied to that base item.
Okay.
The only like for some implicits that do have rolls, we can affect those rolls on the implicits to like change how strong it is, but like taking an implicit that's like crit and changing it to attack speed or something like that on a weapon is just not something we can do with implicits right now.
Okay.
I mean, like we have the power to change anything. What's the time investment to like how much we get out of it? Is that ratio worth it for us to do it? Type thing. What's the other question? Are there any new crafting materials? There are at least one new crafting material that's coming to 1.1.
Oh,
I think I've said that on stream before, though.
I don't know if you have.
Okay.
Well,
they almost gave me the picture of it to show today. They almost did.
Can you describe the picture?
It looks kind of similar to some of the other ones because it's
okay.
I see one thing from chat. They are asking if it's a glyph or a rune.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I tried. Everyone, I tried.
All right. Well, speaking
it is
of
a glyph or
crafting-
rune.
There
There
you
is
go.
a new
Okay, it's
glyph
either
or
one or
rune.
the other.
Yeah, there is
There
a
you
new
go.
glyph or rune coming. Yeah.
Well, I guess on the topic of crafting, I myself, after playing for a little bit, have acquired thousands of Aphix shards. Is there any plan to do something with these Aphix shards that I just don't care about?
Yes. I don't think it managed to make it into 1.1, unfortunately, but we are planning a like exchange vendor for Aphix shards, where it'll be like
Nice.
like oh hey, you can buy a level of fireball shard for I don't know 10 strength shards.
Okay.
I don't know what the exact exchange rate's going to be or how that's going to play out exactly, but yeah, just like some way of saying like I never play a melee character and all these attack speed shards are just sitting here doing nothing. Let me turn those into something better. It would
That
be
is
at a loss.
awesome. I love that.
It would be at a loss. That's just to be clear that this just
That's
right out of the
fine.
gate. Yeah. So you never we don't plan on having like one-to-one trades or things like this, but like some sort of system where you can like go to a dude who's just sitting there and you're like, give me these ones that I'm looking for, and you can take all these ones I don't want. Yeah.
We were having a conversation during the pre-show today about what to do with extra uniques. I know EHG has talked about maybe being able to salvage them for like nice shards or something like that. Any plans on the future for uniques?
Yeah, this is a really tricky one. There's kind of this we've came close to actually putting a couple things like this in the game already, and we stopped short every time. And I don't know, and it's because of kind of one specific problem, and I'll tell you what that is right now. And I don't know how to solve that problem. So if someone knows how to solve this problem, leave a suggestion somewhere, and maybe we'll use your idea to solve this problem. And the big problem is that we don't really want people picking up every single unique they come across. And if junk uniques are suddenly useful and valuable, people are going to need to go back to town a lot more, especially at the super high levels when you're finding, like, you pop a big COF loot explosion and there's 30 uniques that drop on the ground and you're like, I need to pick up all 30 of these because they're all useful for me. Just they're all useful as a salvaging thing. And that time investment of that busy work of just like picking up those uniques, doing something with them, and you don't end up actually keeping those uniques, they just turn into some other resource. That process is kind of takes you out of the flow of the game a little bit too much. We think it will anyways. And so that's why we've stopped. That's the main reason why we stopped. There's a couple of little things too. That's the main reason why we've stopped short of adding that in the game so far.
That does make sense. Thinking about COF, sometimes you get 20 items that drop on the ground. So even if you were able to salvage them with the forge by hitting F, you're still going to do one item at a time, or you have to load up your inventory, go to town, do whatever the mechanic is, and back and forth.
And then on top of that as well is that then people are or people are like selling them on the auction house for their value, the bazaar, sorry, for their value as a salvaging material. Or people are like going into the bazaar that are like super high level people that are like, oh, we've got millions and millions and millions of gold, and they're coming in, they're buying out the cheap stock for the newer players, and then suddenly the cheap stock in the bazaar disappears because they've just like salvaged all these cheap uniques from them. So then like new players are coming, they're like, I can't buy anything, there's nothing there. And so there's these like these are some of the issues that we're running into with adding a system like this right now.
Okay.
Well, those are good reasons. Those are good reasons.
They're hard problems to solve, and like these are things that we're talking about and discussing and looking at because these are because you're right that it's a little there's a bit of a feels bad frustration when uniques drop on the ground and you're like, oh, it sucks that I'm just walking away from this shiny thing. You know, it kind of feels like a waste. Like I
I mean, it is interesting because you think of it as a no-brainer. Yeah, you could salvage the uniques and get some rare shards or something like that, random something. But yeah, you don't think about what that does to the gamer flow. No, that's
yeah.
So, is there any consideration or plans for possibly coming out with mid-season events, like a summer event, an XP event?
Yeah. We've definitely talked about things like that. We don't have not yet. So there won't be. I don't think we have anything planned for 1.1 like that. But yeah, like having some sort of there's lots of different types of events that we've talked about doing, and I would be I very much expect us to start doing those. And I think that there's lots of different types. So there's like holiday like timing events, so like yeah, just like a whole bunch of cool things thrown in that are around a theme. Maybe there's like some new activity, like, oh, there's a snowball fight, and if you finish the snowball fight you can get a frozen sword MTX or something. I don't know, like things like that. There's those types of events. And then there's also like, hey, if you start a new character right now and it's a race to kill this boss, and whoever does it gets something like a challenge event like that as well. So there's like different types of events, like competitive events and fun events. And I know competitive events are fun for a lot of people, but there's a lot of people, there's different players that those appeal to, I think. Because there's a lot of players that just like won't, they're like, oh, there's a new race happening, and they're like, that means nothing to me because like there's no way I'm competing in that. I don't know the time, I don't know the experience, whatever. It's just too intimidating or something. And so there's different types of events that we are looking at doing. And I don't think we have anything specific planned for 1.1 yet.
Okay.
Mike, I get asked every day. Key ring.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
Is that you've mentioned it multiple times because you get asked the same question on Fridays. Is that just not enough time thing? Like,
Yeah, the keys are interesting. We've changed our minds on how the keys are going to function so many different ways, so many different times, and I think we're finally settled on having like not changing their functionality and having a infinite storage for them, so they're not just like taking up space. Because right now they are clutter. Right now, there's
Correct.
so much extra space they take up, and I think that I think having a dedicated spot in your crafting materials inventory is the simplest and best way to go about this.
and it would function just like shards. You pick it up, you hit sort, and it just goes into. Yeah,
it'd be exactly the same as it would basically would turn keys into a crafting material. Is basically what it would do. And I think that's the best way to handle it at this point. The big thing you lose with that is you lose any sort of opportunity of giving keys properties. That's the big downside for doing that. Suddenly you can't have a key that's like, oh, if you use this key because it has this key now has affixes, and this key rolled plus 40% weapons and minus 10% damage dealt to enemies in here, something like that. So like it's harder when you get stuff. It's the PoE maps.
we had a conversation on the pre-show because people were like, why are keys like this? And it's like, because they were designed kind of like PoE maps where they can have
properties.
Exactly. So
so there's I think keys are going to end up in a keyring in your stash, in your crafting material stash. I still don't think it's in 1.1 either.
What about passives reset button?
that one gets that one's so funny because like we've actually announced that it was going to happen a couple times, and then like we had a design meeting and we're like decided in the meeting like, okay, we're not actually going to do it, and then it gets announced again. Then we're like, okay, well, we have to have another meeting about this now. So that's happened a couple times.
And you've already spilled the beans that you have a respec all button for your passives.
Yeah, we do. We have there's a ton of dev tools. The problem with the respec passives that we have for our like dev testing stuff is it respects everything. Like it takes you back to like it knocks you out of your mastery too. Like it respects everything to do with your passives.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So it's not just as simple as hooking that function up to a button.
Okay. Frosty, why don't you ask one more question and then we'll go to our first leak of the stream.
All right. This is a two-parter question. So the first part is when I played Cycle 1, I felt maybe it was the masteries I was playing, but I felt Ward was just so powerful. It was either go Ward or go home. Was there any balance adjustments made to rein that in a bit? And the second part of my question is actually a second question. When will we see Cycle 2 patch notes?
Yes. Okay. I'll do the second half first, real quick. Patch notes will be just a few days before the patch, just like we normally do. Like we usually leading up to the patch, we usually do a hype week where we release like pieces of like dev blogs where we'll like go into a deep dive on the Harbinger system. We'll go to a deep dive on the Nemesis system. We'll go to a deep dive on the Pinnacle boss that's coming. We'll go into a deep dive on like all these little things.
What's the Pinnacle boss's name?
Oh, it's and then
sorry, go on.
Will be and then at the end of that, the last post in that like string of dev blogs is the patch notes. I didn't actually mouth its name, by the way, so don't.
People in chat are trying to figure it out. Go ahead.
I just opened my mouth a few times. Yeah, sorry. And then the first half of that question was in the balancing coming off of Cycle 1, going into Cycle 2, balancing Ward because it felt so oppressively epic. And I think the key issue why Ward was so strong. Okay, let's step back a second here. I think that. Yes, Ward, crazy mega strong, uber super mega powerful. I think that there are also extremely powerful non-Ward builds The big difference I think between the two right now is that, and by right now I mean in 1.0, is that the most of the defensive power from ward comes from your abilities, and most of the defensive power from non-ward builds comes from your items. And so you're like, if you're super deep in a cycle and you farmed a ton and you've got like best in slot, effectively best in slot gear, you're seeing those health and non-ward builds start to catch up a little bit, not all the way, but they're making a lot of headway, and you're seeing builds pop up that are like, oh, this is a 2K corruption non-ward build show up. Like if we've seen those, and so we are. And we are, yes, definitely addressing the power discrepancy between ward and not ward, and that comes in many different little forms here and there. So there's things that are like adjustments to the ward system as a whole, and then that's like as granular as like the formula for ward decay and the formula for ward retention and the formula for like all these little formulas are getting adjusted and shifted and things like that.
They're
And then
getting
it's
reeled in a little bit. Is that basically? Yeah.
Yes. And then there's also the like things that are also a little bit more universal, like items that have the way items affect those defenses are being changed as well. And then also on top of that, and some of those are buffed, some of those are nerfed depending on where they are, because there's certain ward builds that are not very strong because the passives and skills that go with them are really underpowered. And so like you will see certain ward things getting buffed too, but they're like the really underpowered ward things. And then and you'll see passive and skill changes for non-ward defenses, mostly getting buffed, some of them getting nerfed as well, because like it's a give and take everywhere type thing. But yes, I think you'll see overall ward builds will be generally less powerful, especially early on in the cycle, and than they are now. They'll still be really good. They're still really strong, and you'll see non-ward builds being a little bit better in the defenses they're getting from passives. As we've spoiled we've leaked a few passives already, and one of them in particular was like a ton of health for Void Knight, for doing stuff you're already doing basically.
If I am somebody that enjoys using endurance instead of ward, am I going to be happy in cycle 2?
Yeah, I think that's an easy yes on a simple question.
Nice.
Okay, awesome. All right, everybody, we're switching scenes, and here we go. It worked. Woohoo! All right. EHG is so kind
That number scares me.
to give us a couple of teasers. If you don't know, they're kind of taking the PoE approach where they put the timer on the website now. So if any time you want to know when cycle 2 is dropping, you've got a little timer here that is always going down, Mike. The time is always going down. 26 days, 15 hours until cycle 2. All right, teaser number 1. Here we go.
Ooh,
What is that, Mike? Can you see it? Do you want to break it down?
Oh
for
yeah,
us?
do you want me to read it? Yeah. Okay. So this is a node in the Shield Bash skill tree. This is Indomitable Force 2. Node. Shield Bash has added melee damage based on your block effectiveness. So you get damage you get 1+1 base damage for Shield Bash per 40 block effectiveness that you have on your entire character.
That's
so we
huge.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, it is a lot. Yes. Yeah. So this is the section of the Shield Bash tree like without a cooldown, where it's or like low cooldown. I can't remember if it's no cooldown or low cooldown, but it's where you're looking to use Shield Bash more as a bit of a damaging. You're looking to use it more as a damaging ability than strictly a CC ability. And so you're getting some damage buffs there.
I like that you guys are starting to look at shields as you prepare for dual shields in the future. I think that is very smart. Right?
I know we've talked about that as like a someday type thing. Yeah. I'd love to have dual wield shields. I think that's like a crazy fun idea in character building. It's like it's the whole like subverting expectations type of feel from a character. I think is fun. And
I'm telling you, if there is a future barbarian class that can dual wield two-handers for whatever negative because of it, if I walk as slow as, whatever, or dual wielding shields, EHG is.
Every once in a while, your character will just like slip and fall randomly, like in Brawl.
Oh no! Oh, I hated that.
I would take it. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Everyone's favorite Brawl mechanic. Let's go.
Oh, it was such a good update.
Now you're talking in Frosty's world. All
I'm
right.
kidding, by the way. Just for the record, it's a total joke. Just in
Leak
case.
number
That
1.
melee was the best.
Damaging with shield bash. Very, very cool. Now, what I'm going to switch to is the roadmap that was recently released. And basically what this is showing is cycle 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I know the numbers, like, I get asked all the time, why does it say 1-1 or 1-2? That's just the update. So the last one was cycle 1, so now these are the next 4 cycles. And I know that Frosty has a couple questions about some of the updates that are on here.
I do.
Love to.
Sigils.
Oh yeah, so all the way on the right there, I see a fireball symbol with a sigil on it. I may have had a video out recently showing fireball in a different game, and I guess the lack of options that they have. Your choice of fireball for this image, I don't know if that had anything to do with my image that I made. But maybe you can explain why you chose fireball, and then feel free to explain exactly what this sigil does.
Yeah, please.
I would love to explain what that does because I actually know what it does.
When
I'm
I
not gonna
look
say
when
what
I
it does,
look at the
I'm sorry.
picture, I see jewels from PoE, right? Like you could socket in something that unlocks something. It's even got like a little jewel or gem under it. Way off.
What? Yeah, maybe. I can't talk about that really at all. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
It is an expansion to the so there's I guess I can talk about the problem that I think skills have right now. Like our skill system. Our skill system is one of our best things in the game. I think it is.
Correct.
It's something that we get tons of people saying it's fantastic. It's far from perfect, and we are constantly trying to improve these things. And I think one of the key problems that we have with our skill system that we've tried to solve with it is that the pacing throughout leveling and the fall off that happens with your skill progression in late game. So like you get to like even 18 points in your skill tree, 17 points in your skill tree. You're like finishing the campaign and you're already there. And that's most of your like your skill trees are set up. They're in their like final form at that point already. And there's not really much that changes with them after you get into the end of the game. So we one of the ways we've tried to in the past help improve this is by adding in the plus skill affixes on items. So like on your helmet, chest, and relic, and then also on any unique item as possible to have these like plus skill plus 3 to fireball, and you just get 3 extra points, but it's late game, so you're like, okay, then I can add 3 more points in. And that's helped. That's definitely helped because it does when you hit certain thresholds of skill points, you're like, oh, I now have like 26 nodes. Okay, I can reach this one way over here, and I can reach this one way over here, and that changes some of the dynamics and things you can do a little bit. But it's not like really impactful. It doesn't do a ton. So that's sort of the core problem that we see with our skill system still that we want to address.
Now, I think you'll be able to answer this, maybe. This picture, is it adding more nodes or switching existing nodes?
I can't answer that question.
Blink twice if it's adding more nodes. It looks like it's adding nodes.
I'll say this about that picture. that is not like that's photoshopped. That is not something that's been built in game. That is a artist conceptualization of a proposed system. So I don't want you to take the specific details too literally, and try not to divine too specific details from that image.
We will anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like you put a jewel in it and it created 3 things or 4 things. I don't know. You're right.
It might do that. Yeah, it's possible. I'm sorry, I can't give any details on what's
Okay,
gonna
how
be.
about this?
It's
Out
all
of
right.
these 4, which one are you most excited about? If everything that you have planned comes to fruition, out of these 4, which one is like, oh, this one's gonna be a banger? Which one?
So the reason why I'm hesitating is more just like, how do I pick just one of them?
Okay, they're all 4, or 3 of them are 9s, one of them's a 10, right? Which
Yeah.
one is the 10?
I think 1.3 is the one I'm most excited about.
Okay, now that you said 1.3, I have a follow-up question. Is this season, is this a spider because of the weavers? Like the weaver spider? It makes perfect sense, right? Is that why it's a spider?
It's related. It says that right there, doesn't it?
Nope.
Oh, confirmed.
No, it's in the text.
What text?
The text that's written weird. The translation, doesn't it say that?
Oh, to translate it.
It's on one of the Weaver's Will items. The text that's on that text box, when you translate it, is the flavor text from a Weaver's Will item.
I thought my chat and community was trying to decipher this, and they said it was just random symbols. So you're saying this actually does say something?
Yeah, it's flavor text from an item that's already in the game.
Brow, go find it. Sorry.
So someone solved this already. Like day 1 that we launched it, there was like a post on Reddit.
I
and
told you it was
solved.
font. The whole chat's blowing up now.
This I don't think I've spoiled anything new here. I'm sorry.
Damn it. All right.
Because I didn't know it said anything either, and then I saw the post on Reddit. And I'm like, oh, it says something.
That's hilarious. Okay.
Yeah.
I probably asked
Sorry.
you, and you said it was not even written. That's probably what it was.
I probably did tell you that because I didn't know at that point.
That probably is it.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not like I don't have hard details.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly the specifics on everything that's going to happen there because we're quite a ways out from that still. Like bare minimum, we're what absolute minimum, like 6.5 months out of that. Like
Well,
if
I mean-
everything went at absolute breakneck speed.
Right. You're talking based upon cycles every 3 to 4 months. For
Yeah.
this year, we get cycle 2 and cycle 3, right? So, I mean,
Yeah.
so if everything works out perfect, you maybe get through 1.5 next year, right?
Yeah.
So that you see this little picture.
Yeah, it's teasing there. I saw that. I like immediately tried to scroll. I'm
I
like,
know. What
"Ah."
is it? Damn it.
It's just trying to. It's only there to communicate that we're like 1.4 is not the end.
Oh, yeah, I get
and then every 2 cycles, we're gonna basically like shift everything to the left and add 2 more on to this. So
Nice.
like, when we get to like, I don't know when the shift's gonna happen, but we'll do every 2 cycles. We'll update the roadmap.
It's awesome.
So other studios do the 2 teams, where one team is working on current cycle, then the other one's working in it, and then they leapfrog each other. Does EHG from a studio, does that, no?
No, we don't do that. We do have people like there's certain like there'll be things that people will start working on ahead of time.
Okay.
But like those same people will still be working on things that are on like, so there's people that are starting to work on like story elements for 1.2 and like voice scripts and like things like that, like what's going to happen in that campaign chapter and like the level design stuff like that's being worked on already, because those people, the things that they work on are all done for 1.1, so they've moved on to the next one. But like the next people will the people who do like skill design and skill development, when they're all finished on 1.1, we'll move over to 1.2 as well. So it's just like not everyone doesn't move over as like a big wave. It's like people trickle over once the stuff for the current patch is done.
Okay.
And people work on both simultaneously as well. They go back and forth.
Frosty, do you have any questions?
No, I kind of think we might be ready for the next part of this podcast.
Spoiler 2?
No, not spoiler 2. I have something special for Mike. For actually everybody, if you have not seen this yet. Everyone, right now we are on the official Kickstarter page for Last Epoch. And this came out, I don't know, what, six years ago, something like that. And there's a very special video here with somebody in it. Everybody, we're going to take a quick look at the beginning of Epoch and see if you notice the celebrity in this video.
I've not seen this.
The UI on the left, the bottom left, the health globe and the mana.
OG.
Hello, my name is Judd Kobler, CEO of 11th Hour Games and game director for Last Epoch, the next great action RPG.
You're wearing that shirt right now?
I'm wearing that shirt right now, yeah. Just because I couldn't find any of the modern ones.
Dude, I remember one time I was talking to Boardman. This is years ago. He's like, I found the shirt. He bought that Last Epoch shirt used off some website.
Wow.
Super I don't know why I said. All right.
Last Epoch
got, like,
is a
5 of them in
top-down
a bin
action
beside
RPG
me.
that combines time travel, engrossing
And I've got
character
one that's, like, a
customization,
extra small.
and endless replayability. Think back to your favorite childhood games, the ones you shared with your closest friends.
The fake multiplayer.
Hey, Mike, why is multiplayer in the Kickstarter, but it took 5.5 years to drop?
So technically that is us playing multiplayer. It's not fully server authoritative properly yet. And only the person recording can see the VFX for anything that's happening. Everyone else is just like using abilities and assuming they're happening. It's that was like our very, very early, like we've got to start working on multiplayer. We got to get this going. And being like, we were just like, let's try and do something, see what we can make happen. And yeah, that was our very first attempt at multiplayer.
Look at where I stopped the video. Does that say dogs? Mercenary dogs?
I can't see it. It's so tiny.
It's too small.
Yeah, that's a prefix name for an item.
The game is where you can
most of
spend
the
countless
affix
hours
names
killing
were
monsters,
based off
building an
animals.
awesome character, and hunting for perfect items. Games like this were an essential part of what made me who I am, and this is not only true for me, but the entire team here at 11th Hour Games. Our team has been working on Last Epoch as a passion project for close to a year now. We built a talented team of dedicated ARPG players who are dead set on perfecting the formula that make these games so entertaining.
By the way, Mike, do you want to quickly say who this young lad is right here?
That's Judd. He's the game director, CEO. He started this whole thing. He's the driving force behind all of us making this game. And yeah, he's the guy.
If you ever see Mox in chat, it's Judd.
That's him.
While adding our own touch to the genre.
Nice graphics.
Yeah.
Here it is. Get ready.
Time travel is a key factor
Nice.
in tying Last Epoch to
Starting the beard.
Is this your house?
No. That's a now ex team member's house.
Is that the same shirt?
No, I'm wearing the second generation shirt. That's the first generation shirt.
Okay.
This is actually slightly different. Yeah, you can see the lines are like bigger and bolder.
Okay, just
I
personal
do have that
question.
shirt somewhere too.
Was this you just shaved your beard or you weren't going as long yet?
I trimmed it up for this. This was like I got a haircut and a trim for this. But my beard was not this long even like a week before this. No.
Got it.
Okay.
Here we go.
When was the last time you were cleanly shaved?
Oh.
Halloween 2012, I think.
What was your
No,
costume that you needed to be cleanly shaved?
Yeah, it was just before I kind of the year 2012 is the wrong year. I just started university, and like there's all the frost stuff happening, and like I did some weird stuff to my hair. I put my hair in like a friar tuck ring, and my beard was like the inverse, like it was like it came down and then came up into a mustache, and like all of this was clear as like part of that, like just a joke. And I was like that for like 2-3 months. I don't know, it was all the way like that to Halloween.
Nice.
And then I got to Halloween and I'm like, no, I'm shaving it all off the next day. So like November 1st, whatever that year, my first year of university, was the last time I was clean shaven.
Nice.
Together. Throughout the story, you will travel to 4 distinct eras in time and see how each zone changes throughout the ages. See the untouched beauty of nature and its fall. Face the wrath of prideful gods and witness their defeat. Battle dark empires built upon the ashes of the past. And most importantly, discover the secrets of the void. Can't hear the audio, but I feel like I know what it's saying. Every location can be explored in each era. With alternate timelines feature prominently in our endgame systems.
Another vital pillar of our design is character identity. You'll pick between 5 base classes that advance into one of 2 mastery.
Hold the original class wheel.
I get asked this all the time. What happened to Warlock? And correct me if I'm wrong, because Warlock was one of the original classes. It got pushed because it was supposed to be a class that works with corpses, but then that system did not work correctly.
Yep, we couldn't get corpse interaction to work properly in multiplayer at the time. And so we're like, we're going to get that to work someday. We're going to push Warlock. And this was part of the reason for actually, like, there was a few things that kind of all happened at once to add in a 3rd mastery class. And that was one of the things. So we added in Lich to be that 2nd mastery while we made corpse interaction work for Warlock, and we never did.
Got it. And then for a little lore, if in the end of time, you have the NPC called the Forgotten Knight. And that NPC is there because the Sentinel was originally a female knight. And the female knight got taken out for the Sentinel. So the Forgotten Knight is the Forgotten.
We just got so much feedback that people were like shocked that the knight was like this armored character that was like the lore behind it was coming from like a military background, and like all these things. There's like, it doesn't make sense. Like, this character would be male. Everyone was telling us, and we're like, I mean, okay. And the Acolyte originally didn't have. It was ambiguous. It was like, it's supposed to be like, you can't really tell.
Interesting.
Classes that will unlock new and powerful abilities.
Feels so clunky and slow.
Honestly, watching this video, I love it. I don't know.
Every time I watch it, I think to myself, I'm so grateful for all the people that saw this and were able to see the potential back then.
How long ago was this again?
This is
7 years now?
It is a long time ago. This is pre-alpha 049.
Yeah, lots changed in 7 years.
049.
Characters in Last Epoch all have a deep backstory, are visually distinct, and have access to exclusive skills that can be each customized with their own augment tree.
Oh my gosh, Frosty!
I know.
It's Fireball in the Kickstarter! What are the odds of that? Oh my gosh. Sorry, but if you don't know, Frosty had a viral video where he was talking about Diablo 4's Fireball, comparing it to Last Epochs. Always Fireball, Destiny, the chat's going wild. That
it's just such an easy, like, iconic and relatable and understandable skill for every like fantasy RPG thing. It's like you don't have to explain what Fireball is.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is why I picked it.
Frosty, look at the character customization on Fireball 7 years ago.
A lot of options there.
There's a lot of options.
This, combined with our passive grid system, creates an ideal toolbox for building characters that play how you want them to, without sacrificing their identity.
The passive grid system.
Oh, this system.
A randomized
know what
loot
this
system
is.
helps foster strong character customization, but in
It was
more
a
ways
good
than
idea that
simple
never-
numerical increases. Impactful
Yeah.
item mods ensure that loot consistently promotes interesting character choices. You're also able to extract power from these items.
I don't remember this crafting tree at all. I mean, obviously, I remember the old shatter. I don't remember this.
Through our crafting system, and use the resulting fragments to enhance your gear. This customization,
Back when
along
there
with
was
unique
no-
items,
So
Shard
you had
inventory.
to manually stash the shards, right? There was no transfer
Yep.
button.
And every shard had a unique icon. It would change the color and rotation slightly.
and powerful gear sets.
Oh, this was before
come
we even
together
had
to
that.
let
There was
you
just
tailor your
prefix suffix
character to the loot you
icons.
want. This loot system is the fuel of our endgame, creating a deep and engaging item hunt to go along with our other endgame challenges. We have details on all of these systems you can check out on our Kickstarter page or at our website, lastepochgame.com.
We currently have a playable demo that anyone can download. This is a pre-alpha build that does not contain all the features we expect to have upon full release. We're already getting very positive feedback from our rapidly growing community, whose input is helping us shape development. We have come a
I've looked through that to see if anything. I don't have anything there.
long way since we began this project.
Bro,
While we have
it's
the
6
majority
years
of the
and 1
base
month
systems
since
in
we've been
place,
funded
we still have a massive amount of
Kickstarter.
content to create. With funding, we can proceed to the next phase of development, allowing us to support full-time content creation and to bring our multiplayer servers online. Your generous support will help us make Last Epoch the next great action RPG. If you have questions, check out our
I can't
FAQ,
get
visit the
anywhere.
website, or join our active
Unless
Discord
we're
for
chatting.
constant updates
Yeah, I saw.
and the opportunity to speak directly with our responsive development team. From everyone here at 11th Hour Games, thanks, and see
there's
you
the
soon,
crew.
travelers.
How many of these people still work there? Obviously, I know you. I know Kyle. I know Judd.
Yeah, there's Steve and Rick, and that's it.
Got it. Estimated
there's just-
delivery date, April 2020. April 2020.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I hope
Looks
you
like
guys
nothing to
never
me.
pull this down. I was told you can't legally pull down Kickstarter until you've like hit all your obligations or something. I hope this stays up forever.
It's so loose. I like the actual like legal requirements from Kickstarter are basically non-existent.
Got it.
There's like nothing. Like it's so loose. I feel like we could take this down. And I still get emails when people like leave comments or like someone yesterday or earlier today liked the update of like that 1.0 had launched, and I got an email that just said that one thing. It's like someone liked the update that you launched. I'm like, I need to turn off these emails.
Okay. Ready, Frosty? Hot seat?
I'm ready.
Let's do it. All right. Mike is officially between two portals. We are now coming towards, we got about 25 minutes left on our podcast. Now we're going to hit him with the real hard-hitting questions. Ready for this, good sir? Frosty, you can hit him. Go ahead.
All right. So, what class or classes will be getting their 4th mastery first?
I don't know if I can tell you that actually.
You might not be able to tell us most of these, but you know.
I
maybe
think
just hint.
I think you should look at the ones that have the least variety.
Okay.
We can work with that. That's I can accept that response.
All right. One more quick one. Why don't we load everyone in our current zone stash tabs?
Yes.
Because the data because then you'd be able to like put a mod onto the game to be able to look at other people's other people's equipment, and that feels like an invasion of privacy to me.
Okay.
I have a question for you. Why does EHG hate the Forge Guard?
He took away the knights. It was like it made room for the knight, and like I miss the knight so much that I resent the Forge Guard. I just keep nerfing it.
What is going to be the most powerful mastery in Cycle 2? And same question, what will you be playing at the start?
The most powerful one will be my favorite one, but I'm not going to tell you which one that is because it changes. And
Your favorite is Blade Dancer.
But I will be playing I'm gonna start off playing Primalist. I'm gonna start off playing Beastmaster specifically.
If you had to pick between watching The Rock or Con Air, which movie would you watch?
Rock, easy, hands down, no question.
Not even close?
I love The Rock. It's like it's my wife and I. It's one of our like go-to like comfort movies, and we don't watch it very often, but like every 3 or 4 years, one of us will just like put it on, and we'll be like, yeah, all right, let's watch The Rock.
All right. Has Riker slipped into your DMs yet? If you can't answer, breathe once for no, twice or more for yes. Okay.
Oh, wow. Oh, you're giving Frosty too much material.
Not specifically me, but I there's a group DM that I have with that Riker's in and I'm in.
Hey, that counts. Frosty, that counts.
I haven't seen anything said in it in a long time, but yeah, like I could say something if I wanted to.
Okay.
You can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you been following all of the information on Path of Exile 2? Including
as much as I can. There's so much cool stuff coming, and I'm sure I've missed something, but like as much as I can. And I got to play it at Gamescom, which was like a lot of fun.
I know, I was standing right next to you.
Yeah.
Why can't I mount my Raptor? Don't clip that out of context either, Frosty.
I might.
It would be like it's not a domesticated animal, and it can't understand. As soon as you mount it, it just freaks out instinctually and just bucks you off.
In Jurassic World, it follows Owen on the motorcycle. So I mean, movies have shown that they can follow directions. And PoE 2, you're going to be able to jump on that bird thing and ride it around and shoot.
I mean, that's Hollywood for you, right? What are you gonna do? It's not so unrealistic, like showing dinosaurs like that. Ugh.
Will sounds ever be added as an option to the loot filter system?
I sure hope so.
Okay, then what is a Primal Hunt endgame event?
Oh, I actually don't know. That's one that I can honestly say I do not know what that will be.
Is Canada a real place?
Only to Canadians.
Do you get Last Epoch cosmetics for free?
Yeah, I do, yes.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Have you played Diablo?
I worked for years for nothing before the Kickstarter and during the Kickstarter. I feel like I earned it.
Have you played Diablo 4?
Yes.
What do you rank it 1 out of 10, 10 being the best?
I don't think I've played it enough to give a comprehensive review of it.
That's a safe answer.
But my personal enjoyment level when playing, I'll give it a solid 7.5.
Do you think it was a smart idea to nerf minions based on a build where you can only level to 25?
This is why I assume we're talking about Diablo again. I don't actually know the context of this because I wasn't playing any minion stuff.
In general, is it a good idea to nerf something based on a build where you're not even at the end game?
I think it can be. I think that the process of getting to the end game has real consideration that needs to be done on it, and so yeah, I think that can be done. I think that can be a smart thing. I feel like with more information and context, this probably wasn't a good idea when it happened.
Oh, they reverted the changes, so
4 seasons later. Mike, if you did not respond to Judd's Reddit post about wanting to create the next great action RPG, where do you think you would be today?
Wow. Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure. I was when I first responded to his post, I was about a year, not quite a year out of university, and had applied for hundreds of jobs at that point, quite literally. And I just got a job right at the same time as he replied. I actually got a real job coding. That company doesn't exist anymore, so I think I'd have like a normal software job is likely what it would be. Like working on like some, I don't know, transit systems software or something. I don't know.
Got it.
Makes sense. What is your favorite curse word?
I really like the fake curse words from The Good Place. Like, they would say, "Oh, forking shirt balls."
Forking shirt balls.
Yeah, where she like can't swear because she's in heaven.
Don't let me forget that one. That's a good one. Diablo 4 has recently given every single player a puppy that you can pet. This puppy also will pick up your gold and your crafting materials for you.
I saw that.
Is there a chance in the future that the pets inside of Last Epoch will do anything other than follow you 2 screens behind?
I mean, there's always a chance. The D4 pet change to those things has not impacted our decision to do what we're doing with our pets.
But it could change in the future.
It might. I really hate hard closing doors on things like this.
Okay. I'll rephrase. So it used to be hard no. Is it now like a 50-50 and up in the air, or is it still like a no, 90% no?
I don't think we've even talked about it since that came out. Like, I don't think we've even had that conversation.
Okay. Frosty, what else do you got?
Okay, I had something on the sigil system, but we already went over that.
Sorry if there's loud noise right now. That's my garage door opening and closing.
I've got another one if you want.
Yeah, go ahead, Aaron.
Is it possible for EHG, even if it was an NPC or a small enemy, to add Diablo into the game so that EHG can have the ultimate troll to Blizzard that Diablo's in Last Epoch before Diablo 4?
No. I think that would be pushing. I think that'd be going too far. I think that would be going too far. I think that, like how the whole concept of demons being the primary antagonist is so deeply entrenched in the DNA of Diablo as a series, that I think they've got that on lock.
Will group play affect the new boss that's coming out? Will it be easier, harder? Is there any adjustments for that? And what is the boss's name one more time?
Yeah, like the boss. Oh, I don't know. My mic just cut out there. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. But I think that a well-oiled machine of a group will have an easier time with the boss fight, but there's at least one mechanic that I know will make it harder in a chaotic, disorganized group. If you've got everyone running every which way and no one's paying attention and everyone's making mistakes, those mistakes will make it harder for everyone. And so like if you're in a group, it should generally overall be easier because you are able to like buff each other and things like that. And there's like, it's pretty easy to get some solid synergies going on.
Along that line, let's just say all things are equal as far as the power and gear of the character. Going into the Pinnacle boss, is it easier as a ranged character or a melee character? Again, let's just say it's equal, skill and everything.
That's a really hard question to answer. I don't know for sure. I think it would probably be a tiny bit easier as a ranged character. I say that and then I'm like, but then there's this other thing that I'm like, it makes it harder. I don't know.
So you're saying it's pretty close.
It should be very close. There are times where if you're standing really far at range, you'll be dead.
Right.
Like you'll just be dead.
Well, that's a little leak right there. Okay.
Will these bosses be on a 6-hour timer so no one can play them, or a 3-hour timer so just some people can play them?
What? Oh, sorry.
I didn't know you were gonna ask. That's a good one.
I got so confused that they're on a very very specific algorithm. It's like square root of -1 timer.
Got it. Any
All right.
chance masochist mode comes back into the game, or are you just going to roll with the boots?
It's possible. We've had mixed response on the boots. I think. I'm not 100. I don't think we. I know we don't have any plans to change it for 1.1.
Okay.
And I know there's some debate on if the boots were a success or not. Still.
Okay. Will the dodge mechanic have charges? You can do multiple in a row, or you have one?
Evade has 2 charges to start with.
Okay.
To
start
start
with, how do you get more?
I don't know if there's any way to get more.
Okay.
I don't think there's any way to get more.
Oh, that's sick. Chat likes it. All right. I don't have any other hard-hitting questions.
I'm out as well. You
All
did
right.
a
Let's
pretty good
switch
job.
to our second leak of today's stream. And welcome, Raiders. I saw you. Let's get back to the leak. All right. EHG has provided 2 Cycle 2 leaks for this podcast. Thank you so much. The first one was on Shield Bash, actually being able to do damage. So that is pretty exciting. And don't forget, if you are watching on Twitch, we're going to give away a free copy of Last Epoch at the end of the podcast. Type in !giveaway into the chat. All right, let's get the second leak out here for Mr. Mike to break down for us. Make sure I don't click on the wrong picture here. All right.
I just realized that I could just make your screen large instead of just seeing this tiny little box, so I can see it no problem now.
Well, this one I can't make it. There you go.
All right, so this is a passive node. If you look at the bottom, it says exactly where it is in the tree. I think it's on Sorcerer 20? Spellblade 10. Super duper wrong. Good job, Mike.
Spellblade. People were asking about Spellblade earlier.
Yeah, so this is Spellblade 10, 10 points. So you can get access to this from any Mage Mastery. And it is a threshold node, so a lot of people have been asking for more threshold nodes on other masteries, so we are adding those in. You're going to see lots more of those. They should be at a ratio roughly similar-ish to key nodes in skill trees. That's sort of the vibe. So this one is an 8-point node. Incinerating Aura. Your fire auras from all sources deal damage in a larger area. This also gives you +1 intelligence per point and 15% increased fire area per point. And then at 5 points threshold, your fire auras from all sources deal additional spell damage per 2 points of intelligence. So 1 damage per 2 intelligence. Yeah.
What is so interesting about this, Mike, is that I could already see it in chat 'cause it's the first thing I saw, is that this kind of unlocks the Righteous Fire gameplay. Is that
nice?
Is that the design mechanic behind it? Is that what was? Because I know EHG doesn't want like a no button or a no button build, or like you want us pushing buttons. Just kind of thoughts behind it.
Yeah. So it's not I think we're trying to incentivize active gameplay as a viable thing that is fun and is powerful. We know that some people like to have less active gameplay, and so we do try and still put those options into the game. And like sometimes they're sprinkled in ways that are maybe they're not super powerful, and there's other ways around it. I mean, the big example here is like the elemental weapon. That's not the right name for it. The magic weapon. The Spellblade has an ability that makes your weapon more powerful. And you activate it, you might as well be activating it on cooldown. Lots of people numlock it. There's a node in that tree that automates it. And the node is basically useless if you just take the numlock trick and do it. So yeah, we do like to have these, like some automation in there. And we do sprinkle them in from time to time. So we want fire auras, which was originally actually a skill of its own. It was part of the fire shield ability, which so fire shield had fire aura it's one of its primary damage sources. It was a little too passive for an active ability on your bar. So we pulled that out, replaced it with Flame Ward, put fire auras into the passive trees, and we are expanding the damage that it can do because we do want this is trying to reward players who are playing a Spellblade, getting up close and personal. They're dealing damage. That's the big defining characteristic difference between Spellblade and the other Mage Mastery, Sorcerer, and Rune Masters. It's not actually melee; it's short range. That's actually the distinction we try and make. So this is emphasizing this short range type of playstyle. So you are getting in close. This does increase the area, so it's less close than you need to be. But yeah,
Okay.
You know what this is gonna do. Everyone's gonna be running around, just crushing everything.
But
Is there
most
any-
of the ways you need to trigger fire auras do include an active playstyle. Most of the ways.
Okay. Is there any new unique coming out that's going to be augmenting this incinerating aura?
Not that I can think of right now, but I don't know all of them off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
All right.
I knew with probably not.
Okay.
Okay.
Mike, are you good for another 10 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, everybody. We are
I'm pushing it.
Okay. Well, we'll go quick. All right, everybody. We're switching to the final part of the podcast, and this is questions for Mike. Put @Aaron and ask your questions for Mike. We're only going to be able to do a few because we are wrapping up right now. But I promised everybody that we would take some questions from the audience. So we're going to switch back to our intro scene.
It's a nice transition. I like that.
You like that one?
Yeah, I like that one.
Oh, thanks. All right. Burgers or tacos?
Burgers. Tacos. They either go. They just go everywhere. They crumble on me. I'm just. It's a mess.
Taco burgers is the answer. When will we get a horde of raptors?
A horde of raptors.
A horde of raptors. A Jurassic Park.
Yeah, Jurassic Park style. I don't know. Sorry.
Where bear? Yes, no, or maybe.
Where over there, bear?
My werebear. Oh, Guilty wants to know when he's going to get his were panda. He wants his were panda bear that he's asked you about for 5 years.
Different types of bears, I think, are on the menu for Skill MTX when we do get around to that. It's a little ways out still, but yeah.
Okay. Squirrel build, but for raptors, that would be awesome. Will we? Let's see. Dude, there's so many. There's so much chat coming in. I have a question. Will the engine ever be able to have summon corpses as minions? Like you guys are going through an engine upgrade right now to a.
You're talking about like G2 revive style, where like the
Correct.
actual like enemy stands back up and fights for you.
Yep.
This is the big problem we were having with the. This is why warlocks aren't a corpse based build. Is why we don't have this. This is the same problem. If we ever solve that problem, I'd say there's a good chance of us trying to do it because it is something that gets pitched. Anytime that gets pitched a lot internally. So if we ever solve the problem that's stopping us from doing it, I'd say there's a good chance it happens, but that problem is not actively being worked on. So
okay.
Can we please get void squirrels?
No.
Everybody void everything.
That would be terrifying, I think. I feel like that would be a freak. The squirrels, it's subtle right now, but when you activate their ability, like their eyes turn like red and fiery.
They do.
And like having that in like purple, I think that'd be sweet.
Right now, when you turn into Lich form, you are dual wielding, yet you cannot dual wield as a Lich. Is it the idea that I always hear is that Spellblade, there's a node farther in the passive tree that unlocks dual wielding. Is that a potential for a Lich in the future?
I would say the resolving that discontinuity is interesting for us, but I don't know how or when.
Okay.
Any adjustments to current dungeons or chance of new dungeons in the future?
Yes to both. There are there's some minor adjustments to dungeons that are coming just to help with the flow, especially in multiplayer. And I mean like when there's more than one person in the party, not online, but yes, it does help with online as well. And new dungeons in the future, there's dungeons are tricky because there's conceptually and how they fit into the overall end game we're really happy with. They're just not quite clicking in the fun factor. So we're still working on dungeons, and we are definitely planning on adding more of them. That's another system similar to how we designed the almost said something I shouldn't say. Similar to how we designed the
Just
other
go
item
ahead.
factions.
No one's watching. Who cares?
Similar to how we designed the other item factions, we designed dungeons to be something that we expand and add more on down the road.
Okay. Do we get a Barb / Viking based on Mike in the future? So when we get our Barb mastery.
I mean, they've already done a version of me in. There was there's a screenshot somewhere of me from the Kickstarter video, and the original Primalist side by side, and it is me. Like they did use a picture of me to make that model originally, and it got completely redesigned, so it doesn't look like me anymore. But yeah, that one looks that one's dead on. And I'd love to, if we did another class. Yeah, I'll if anyone on the team wants me to pose for something like that. Oh yeah, I'd love to be in the game.
Awesome.
All right, a last question for me. For anyone who is trying to start to grow out facial hair, what tips do you have for them?
It's going to be itchy, so get used to that. Get a beard comb, which I'm plugged into with headphones, and I will rip them out if I go get it. But just a simple, basic wooden beard comb. And if you want like shower, wash it, keep it clean. And get some like really simple oil. You can get some jojoba oil. It's like JOJOBA, and that's a carrier oil that's super cheap. And you get like 3 drops of like, I don't know, bergamot and other things like that. You can like make it smell nice, but just like the basic oil to keep it from. I have really bad beard drift, or used to anyways. When it was especially when it was coming
drift.
Beard drift, like dandruff,
I got you.
your beard.
Word of the day.
I couldn't wear a black shirt to save my life for like 3 years.
Okay. Final question, then the giveaway, Mike. What happens if you fail the Pinnacle fight? How easy is it to restart it, similar to Monolith bosses, or farm the entry from scratch?
I can't tell you that right now. I'm sorry. I'm gonna end on a disappointment and just be like, I'm just opting right out of that question. It's mostly because it's not 100% set in stone yet. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I think there is going to be a penalty for losing that fight. There is a penalty for it. It's not just like, oh, just go back into the door. Oh, just go back in and try again. There is some sort of penalty associated with that.
Okay. All right. Mike, thank you so much. Let's give away a free copy of your game, and then I promise you can leave. I have to show them. We have to switch scenes again. All right. Listen, I say this over and over again. I apologize to everybody watching on YouTube and everybody watching on X. Unfortunately, the way the giveaway works is it's only run through Twitch. I don't do it on purpose, and if I'll try. I got to figure out a way to change it. As long as you are following the channel on Twitch, type in !giveaway into the chat right now. You have a 60 seconds to do it, and we are giving away a free copy of Last Epoch. How often do you have to maintain your beard? Is that like an every morning routine kind of deal?
Just a sec.
Here comes the comb.
Here comes the comb.
I used to spend a lot more time on it, and once it sort of hit critical mass, it stopped being a pain and kind of just handled itself. This is all I do. Normally it sits beside my table, and I just lazily will.
That's it.
That's all I do now. And like I shower
so
and
easy.
Of
like
course.
shampoo my beard when I shower. Like I treat my beard like hair when I shower, because it is. But that's regular shampoo and this. That's it.
Maybe he's born with it.
Frosty, we're gonna have to track your beard growth, seeing as this is like, we'll count this as like a day 1 and see where we can get that to.
Yeah, I got to get that oil name again.
You know?
Jojoba.
Okay.
Jojoba. It's
All right.
JOJOBA.
Starting the countdown right now. Type in !giveaway into the chat. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And entries are closed. And today's winner of a free copy of Last Epoch, $35 value, is click UFF What do you think, Mike?
SCHNITT1.
Correct. It's not
Yes.
rigged. Everyone's looking at him. Well, you are the winner of a free copy of Last Epoch. You don't have to be present to win, but you do have to claim your prize. So join the Discord and I can get you your copy. All right. Mike, what a pleasure, sir. Thank you so much for doing this today. It was an absolute blast, and you're a good sport. I even made you rank D4 1 out of 10, and you gave a number. I thought you were gonna for sure like plead the fifth on that one. So
it's completely subjective for just how much fun I had playing it, and I'm still I haven't. That's one that like I feel like I don't have enough time to play as many games as I want to. Like the backlog of games that I have is just so insane. And like, it's on my list of like, I'm gonna set up a time and like one season, and I'm just gonna like go real hard on it.
Got it.
I think part of the reason is I just haven't. I've never killed Zuriel still. Like that's how little I've played.
Well, it only takes one hit, so you don't have to worry. It's not
close.
super.
You're a barbarian or necromancer.
I also didn't follow any sort of guide at all. I just went in completely blind. So
Frosty can give
why.
you some tips on Fireball, which way to take the skill. It's very hard to decipher, so
too many options. Like they need to cut that down.
Yeah,
he can help with that.
Just get lost in the sauce.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to switch over back to my regular stream and just get some feedback from chat. Frosty and Mike. Frosty, if you want to jump into chat. And Mike, thank you so much. All right. See you guys later. Podcast done.
Bye-bye.
See you guys. All righty then. Comments, concerns, confessions. Town Portal Podcast #1 is in the books. What does everyone think? How do you not say podcast out? I didn't plan for like the end, like what to say at the end. You're right. I should probably plan like something clever at the end to say, you know. Very clean, I'd say. Join late, but it was very good. Nice job. DM'd you the translation. I know, but I can't look at the translation because I'm using the Discord with their screens on it. Translation. Those long lost may walk again on woven feet. I see. Maybe we need a podcast super fans. Hello, all you super fans. That's a good idea. Well, we will for sure make an intro for super fans when we have someone on from Diablo. I think that actually makes a lot of sense. You done well, sir. Thanks, Billy. Only concern is Cycle 2 is too far away. Making an only super fan soon. You need to play the TPP song on the way out. Dude, I've got that thing like locked and loaded.
Town Portal Podcast, where the gamers unite, along with Aaron and Frosty. We're taking flight, tune in, level up, turn the quest. In the world of action, we're the best. Welcome to the Town Portal Podcast.
You like that one, Autobot? Hell yeah. You may have missed my endorsement of Wayfinder, but I agree with you about Brow. It is a delightful change-up. I've been hearing that more and more, that a lot of people are really enjoying Wayfinder, even better than it was as an MMO. I do keep hearing that. Absolutely a great exit portion. That's actually not bad because they can't hear any dialogue, so that's 20 seconds to say thanks, Mike, bye, Mike. Yeah, that's a good idea. I assume we're getting a YouTube video summing up the podcast with highlights, right? Yes. Every once in a while, Michael, like, what? Guilty. He leaked something. He leaked new crafting material coming. He didn't say if it was a glyph or a rune, but he did talk about new crafting material coming. I don't is that public knowledge? I think that went great myself, Aaron. That was a ton of fun, but I must go. Hey, no worries. Thanks, Frosty. It's a good time, man. Too much last Epoch talk and not enough beard talk. I don't know how we missed so much beard talk. Pretty great overall. Maybe a little less silly questions, more questions about the game. Oh, that's a good one. The silly questions, at least they were, for the most part, pretty quick. It's also hard for me a little bit because I have, you know, I've played Cycle 2. So, you know, I'm trying to ask questions I legitimately want to know the answer to, not because the stuff I already know. The silly questions give the podcast some heart. I like the silly part. Damn, that poster in the back would have been amazing. I will say, I'm extremely happy. I spent a lot of time on the technical aspects, trying to make sure that the scene transitions, the cameras, and the audio levels and everything worked. And it all worked. So at least from that standpoint, like, I'm happy that all the technical stuff worked well. At the beginning, one person said that Mike was a little louder than everyone, so I was able to turn him down right at the beginning. Hey, have a good night, Risen. What are they doing about healing hands for 1-1? I legit don't know. That being said, healing hands, Frostclaw, Wraithlord, Ballista, Blast Knife, all these builds that are 4-digit corruption are all getting go bye-bye. They're dumping all that stuff. And when I say dumping, EHG does not kill builds. So they don't, this build's too strong, kill it. What they do is instead of it being 900% better than everything, it'll be 9% better than everything. So it might feel like the build's destroyed, but it's not. It's just now still the best, but just not the best by that insane margin. But yeah, a lot of the builds that are owned on the leaderboard are getting murdered. Small things, but speaking of leaks, I'd suggest using the term reveal or something other than leak for the intentional stuff. What's hard about this one, and I've heard this feedback before, Penguin, is that Mike calls them leaks. So that's what, like, I don't know. I mean, I could totally think of another word for it, but that's... Damn it, Mike. I know. So if it's like, if Mike's on stream saying, all right, leak number 1, you know. Sometimes what I do, if I'm not calling it a leak, I call it a teaser, which is the word, that's the alternative word I'll use. Teaser 1. I gotta go take a reveal before I hit the hay. All right. I got it. Damn work, I missed it. I'll have to watch the replay. You will. It was a good balance between serious and silly. Good show. I'm glad you liked it. Me and Frosty, and obviously this is our first, this is our first time doing it. We really wanted it to be fun, entertaining. It's why we made the intro video. It's why we made the between two portals with multiple scenes. Like, we want it to be, we want to have some entertainment value, like sitting on the same scene, asking the same questions. I mean, I get it. You want it to be informative, but we wanted to put a little bit of entertainment. So that's why we went through the Kickstarter video, talked about a little bit of lore, talked about Cycle 2, talked about some silly stuff. Like, we tried to make it a good show. I love the intro transition. Do you like that one? Yeah, it was fantastic showing. Can't wait to see more. Thanks, Autobot. He is a middle-aged man. He can leak. Oh my gosh. Mike isn't a faucet. He can't leak. Guilty disagrees. What will happen to the auto attack builds? Which ones? What do you mean? You talking about numlock trick? Anything that uses numlock, they're not. You could still use it. But today was leaked on the podcast. Righteous Fire is technically coming to LE. Got to figure it out. Transition scene was really cool. Nice. I'm referring to the Tempest build for Shamans. I have not heard anything about that build. It was a great first episode. I'm looking forward to more and see how episodes without guests will be formatted. I don't know if there will be any episode without guests. We'll have to wait. It might be, if there was, it would be structured very different. We'd probably do like a, I don't know, like a sitcom or something insane. Suggest a poll. Dodge roll coming to last Epoch being added because of trend or intentional? I feel like I know the answer to this question. Autobot, do you mind throwing up that poll? That's an interesting one. Poison. On it. Thank you, sir. New anchors? I need Righteous Fire for LE. Oh, that Raven would love that. Would love that. Is PoE controller friendly? PoE 2 is designed for controller, so yes. I could not tell you about controller for the first Path of Exile. It's on the Xbox, isn't it? Is it? I have no idea. Could not imagine playing PoE on a controller. I guess if you had like an established one-button build, I guess never mind. You could play it. Yeah, that wasn't sarcastic. A guilty summoner. See, I gotta be careful with two guilties in chat. Without exaggeration, Bleed Raptor is... I'm using the term good. I'm not saying it's legitimately good. We're about to hit 300 corruption, and I have not died once. It's literally hitting for 250,000 at the training dummy. I can't believe it. Maybe good is too strong a word. Can confirm PoE on a PlayStation and Xbox. You have to play weak builds because the console can't handle PC's versions of builds because there's too much crap happening on the screen, or what? It's just madness. Quiet's ready for some Righteous Fire Spriggan. Low life Healing Hands Divine Bolt is really broken. They are making a conscious effort to go after low life. You will see a lot of changes with Ward coming. All I needed Mike to say, and he said it. As someone that uses endurance, am I going to be happy for cycle 2? And he said yes. That's all I needed. Perfect. Righteous Fire Spriggan, I can make it work. Hey, we were just talking about you quiet the other day. Basically, Thorns Spriggan, a true Thorns build. I stand here. I don't click anything. And enemies hit me and die. Where's LE at with that? Like damage reflect. Also, everybody make your voices heard. Top of chat, there is a poll. Dodge roll and LE added due to trend or intended? Don't go there, Aaron. Quiet is the, I would say, the best player in the world at Spriggan. So I want to know what he thinks. Well, you can make a reflect build, just boosting. Bossing is horrible, but it's great for arena. But you have to click on Thorn Shield to get it going. But if you want bossing to not suck, you add bleed. There is your answer, Mr. Raven. It works, but sucks for bossing. I was the world's first Primalist to 100 on Totem Spriggan. That's what I like to hear right there. How's the baby? Getting big? Quiet recently had a baby. I can't help it, he's no good at thorns. Me? You want razor blade in here. Look at that raptor. Just take him down. Baby is 10 pounds. He is a dream. Just got his 2-month shots. And that's incredible. Man, I don't even remember my kids at 2 months. Still waiting for my last Epoch PC case to ship out from the Max Roll race. Why haven't you gotten it yet? Mike's got his. That was a great podcast. Can't wait to see who else you get. We got some people lined up. I don't want to say any names yet. That was the first death, but I was reading. That shouldn't count. Oh, razor plate. Double your reflect damage. That's a good idea. Well, you have a plethora of children. I do have a plethora of children. That's a factual statement. It's been slow on their end. I'm helping a friend right now build a computer. Mr. Humble. We were talking about it yesterday on Discord. It's going to be ridiculous. Right now, though, we're contemplating AMD is dropping their 9000 series CPUs. And the question is, are we going to wait for the 9000 X3D or get a regular 9000? The X3Ds are scheduled out in September. Reasons why Reflect feels bad is it's dependent on the attack speed of the enemy. Get him, Raptor! Bosses attack slow, hence why bossing is bad. It doesn't matter how the build. Doesn't matter how you build it. It's why good for area and mapping and lots of targets. We started talking about it because I found a body armor that's like tier 7 damage reflect on it. And I was like, ooh, we should make a Thorns build. Lagon's Eye Beam is a bunch of hits, so that reflects best case on bossing. And it won't kill you? Lagon's Beam? Your pull is literally 50-50. I love Thorns. I'm a Thorns Barb in Diablo 4. What did we find? I don't even remember. What the heck was it? It was... Yeah, this is it. Tier 7 damage reflected to attackers. It's an almost perfectly rolled tier 7. I wonder what Spriggan... No, that's not it. Not Summon Spriggan. Thorn Shield uses attunement. Yeah, so this is attunement and reflect. It can't kill you because my version has over 20,000 armor, 4K life, and you can big chill. So yeah, super high corruption eye beam is a joke. It's pretty interesting. Raven, you can't build it, all right? See what you did? Me? What did I do? I'm just trying to see how good Raptor is. And I am, like, next level surprised. And we're finally starting to get chunked down in life. But as far as the actual performance of Raptor... it's ridiculous. Oh. I just wish Raptor had more AoE. Yeah, that would be nice. What is the maximum amount of Raptors? So if you could have multiple Raptors, I wonder how many they would give you. They'd probably update the tree. I don't know. Oh, we gotta run backwards. Raptors were solitary hunters. So 1. Everybody, the joke is for 5 years I've been yelling at EHG that every book, movie, and TV show has raptors as pack hunters. Yet the Beastmaster's mastery skill is a solo raptor. Yet you could have a pack of wolves and a pack of squirrels. And then they went the, like, National Geographic, like, bird raptor instead of the Jurassic Park raptor. Look at this thing. You can't even get on it like in PoE 2. Solid podcast, Mr. Aaron and Frosty. Very entertaining. I'm glad you liked it. Thanks, Luce. I was driving, so couldn't chat. Driving? You're not taking the bus? I like hearing that. So a chest that can add 5 raptors per level were dope. Okay, so looking at my build right now. Honestly, if I just had one more raptor. For just 2 raptors. Wait a second. So if we had 2 raptors, what would we lose? We'd lose 85% multiplicative damage. And we'd lose 75% multiplicative damage. All right, I want more than one. I want 3 raptors. How's that? At Costco, gonna have my hot dog. Have fun, everyone. Why you gotta copy me? I had a hot dog today. Three raptors would be sufficient. Oh, I didn't take this node. You are limited to 1 companion, but your companion has more health. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm in the druid tree. Losing my mind. Okay, shaman. So if we took Nature's Embrace, and we were allowed to have more, we'd be able to make 3. It'd be 3 raptors. That's what it would be. Because natural is 2, right? What am I thinking? Oh, some raptors. You can have a maximum of 2 companions at once by default. Yeah, so you could have 3. Freaking raptors. You say that like it's a bad thing. No, 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 no. That would be great. So we would lose 155% multiplicative damage. But we'd have 3, which would definitely help with AoE. Yeah, no, that would be great. I got a build planner link for you, Raven, if you want it. He for sure wants it. Do you still think Lightning, Frost, and Healing Hands will be good after the build cycle? Yeah, there just won't be that good. They're trying to get rid of all these broken builds. And again, the ones that I know about that are broken, I think, are Wraith Lord, Healing Hands, Frost Claw, Ballista, Blast Knife. If you had 3 raptors, would they be purple? They'd have to, by default, they'd have to make them purple, right? I mean, come on. Wyatt, have you got to play any of CT? I'm not in CT, haven't been in a long time, been over a year. Got it. I got it. Yeah, but you don't know how to put it together, Mr. Raven. I don't know, maybe you do. It's like a squirrel version of Raptor. So, when I first went into Bleed Raptor this morning, I was like, okay, it's a Bleed Raptor. So I'm literally already spec'd into it. It should take a very small changes, and I'm already fully geared since I just made Bleed Squirrels. No, it is very different than that. This is actually a critical strike crit damage build. But you need to make sure your targets you're fighting are bleeding. So the Raptor just needs the enemy to have a singular stack of bleed on it. But it's pretty close. Did you ever see my Bleed Bill's Bees Spriggan? Legit pushed 400 corruption before I ripped. I did not. That's pretty impressive. Wait, is this 400 corruption on the new corruption or on the old? Just curious. It's still impressive either way. They made the game a lot harder with 1.0. So 200 corruption honestly feels like 300 corruption in the old system. It was 1.0. Nice. You know what would work, Guilty? We don't even need more Raptors. Your Raptors attack is now a swipe. I don't know. The Raptor now hits in an AoE, but you don't lose any damage. That would work. That would suffice as well. A spinning tail whip, so it'd be like Abomination. They could totally do that. They could totally do that. Dude, I was legit able to ask Mike, I think, almost every single question. Even a lot of the ones from pre-show. New crafting material coming. And we got decent answers. I know. He answered more on the podcast than he did. Granted, again, like, you know, we're 27 days out from the next, or 26 days. So by the time most of this goes out, 25, like, it's been pretty soon. Why do you hate me? Is this the same Quiet for the belt of Quiet of the Forest? Yes. Quiet made the Quiet Forest and Ravenous Void. The Void gloves. They're both his. I deeply do not like you, Quiet. Why? Because this item's so hard to get? Be nice to Quiet. It was the original Chase Unique before we had Chase Uniques. That's why I made it. It was the original Uber for Ellie. What do you think the most detonating build in the most powerful build in the game is right now? Detonating Arrow Marksman. I legit don't know. I don't play those builds, but I do know of the ones that are the most powerful. I think the Frostclaw build might have it, though, to be honest. But yeah, Wraithlord, Blast Knife, Frostclaw, Ballista, and Healing Hands. Those are the ones that always come to mind when I think about stuff that's probably going to get beaten up a little bit. Wraithlord might not get beaten up because of its survivability comes from low life. And I think they're going to blow up low life. So, doing a lot of damage but not being able to take a hit, Wraithlord isn't as strong. All right, guys, gotta head out. Appreciate you as always. Thanks. Glad you liked the podcast, sir. Have a good night. Take care of that fam bam. Thanks for helping out Raven, too, and answering all our questions. Logout's here. Logout, you got me killed. Hello, Logout. Logout, you missed the podcast. I think. Tier 7 minion melee. We like that. Turn into something else minion. Something else. Nope. Void resistance. Nope. Nope. I did no such thing. I had it on while I was working. All right, that's an acceptable excuse. I can get behind that. I can get behind that one. Forge Guard Shield Bash buff is huge. The damage right now is okay, but with that node, it's going to be amazing. Isn't that the kind of really exciting stuff for last Epoch? They literally added a node that opens up in like a singular node. Now maybe Shield Bash as a main damage dealer? I don't know if it'll be that good, but it's possible. I can't wait for the Fire Aura as my main DPS. Righteous Fire. Last Epoch version. I've never been a Fire Aura guy, but we can for sure mess around with it. How did the podcast go, Exathius? I thought it went really well. We had no technical problems. We switched to multiple scenes. We watched a video together. Mike gave us some Cycle 2 leaks. Technically 3. Yeah, I mean, I'm elated with how it went. I expected, the camera's not lined up, the audio's not coming through. You know, I just expected there to be some stuff, and there wasn't, so. No real dead air at all. Me and Frosty had a lot of prepped questions. Community it was good. I thought it was well. I thought it went well. And it was nice. Me and Frosty really didn't prepare, like, we just said, okay, like, we'll just ask our questions and kind of play off of each other. And it just kind of fell into a rhythm of he asks a question, I ask a question. Like, that wasn't prepared at all, but it kind of just, it flowed nice. Mike's mic broke for 20 seconds. Oh. Every time Mike got asked a question about what is the name of the pinnacle boss, that's what we were trying to get out of him the whole stream. He would pretend his mic was broken or mute himself. So, yeah, we did have that. We had those technical problems. That's true. That's true. Frickin' Mike. The 2 nodes that were leaked. Well, one, there's 3 leaks. 1, new crafting material is coming. 2, Shield Bash is getting an offensive. 3, basically, Last Epoch's version of Righteous Fire is coming to the game. I'm not sure Mike being a smartass qualifies as a tech issue. Dang it. I was also looking for screw-ups and awkwardness, but it sounded great, especially for a first one. Thank you, sir. He was not saying the name of it. The DA Marksman build is ridiculous strong. I got to level 100 on just those 2 items with junk. Yep. I love the intro and the outro. Nice. Oh, I'm fighting the boss. I'm not even paying attention. Uh-oh. Oh, he caught us with a little bit of that fire. Raptor just ate him alive. Well, I've never backed the Emperor of the Corpses in corner like that. We will take legendary potential Twisted Heart. Good roll. It could roll from 5 to 7. This rolled with a 7. It's a good roll. All right, this is going to be the key right here. This will add 30 corruption. This will put us over 300 on our single raptor. Look, it's ready to jump out. It's ready to pounce. He jumped on my head. Stupid void. That fight was rigged. It was rigged. Right, everyone? Guys? Wow, should I go COF or MG? Don't ask questions you know the answers to. I feel like... COF? Yeah, go COF. Honestly, at this point in the game, I would go whatever you don't have leveled. My COF is almost level 10. Hey, by the way, during stream, I don't know if anybody caught it. Mike said it is not decided if rank 10 is the final rank. I asked that question. I said, there's a rumor going around that there's going to be more than 10 ranks to factions. And he said, yeah, that's not decided yet. You should have asked Mike some off-limits questions. I bet he would have for sure answered them. Like what? What would be a good off-limits question? We asked tacos or burgers. And the Rock or Con Air. Those are good questions, right? I think. Maybe. Not really. I don't know. When I think of like off limits questions, that's normally like pretty personal, right? Mike's too nice. There was no off limits questions in the gaming portions. We asked him everything we wanted to. That's not true. I didn't ask him leading questions that I knew the answer to. So I guess... like, who's better, Kirk or Picard? That would have been a good question for Mike. You're right, I should have messed with him. He is obsessed with Magic the Gathering. Should have asked him, like... I heard Magic's pay to win. Something like that. Come to me. All right, everybody. For today's stream, we're going to go for 5 hours. So we'll go for another 37 minutes. Any feedback on the stream, let me know. Me and Frosty are going to meet up and chat tomorrow. You could play with Raven or Logout. Crazy, you missed it. Don't worry, I'm gonna post it tomorrow. I missed the podcast. Will you post it on YouTube? Yes. I'll put it up tomorrow morning on YouTube. So right now the VOD will be up on YouTube, but that'll have 2 hours of pre-show and another 90 minutes and all this other crap. So I'll put up only the interview tomorrow. And I don't know what Frosty's going to do. I don't know if he's going to tear it up or... I asked Mike, why can't I mount my Raptor? And right when I said it, I was like... Frosty, don't clip that out of context. And he looked at me. Damn it. Why can't I mount my Raptor? I did. I had a meeting a good portion of the day. That's okay. Hopefully the meeting went okay. Hey, Guilty. The question is, do we get the same leaks on Friday's stream, or do they bring new ones? Because the leaks that they gave us for the podcast are the leaks that we voted on Friday. I like the physical cards. Okay, how about this? We got 35 minutes left on this stream. Does anybody have any suggestions for next guest? And be realistic on who I'm likely able to get. And remember, this isn't a Last Epoch podcast. It's a gaming podcast. Riker, Rax, DM and Riker. Tech, bring Tech on. Bring on Linda. Someone from Hordes of Hell. I don't think that's a good idea, bro. Just to be clear, I am more than willing to bring on somebody from Hordes of Hell after I've played the game. So I'm not saying no. I'm just saying, like, I need to play it first. It's easy to put out a trailer that I'm excited about, but I gotta see if I like the game. Bring on Chris Wilson. Emily CC. Bring on someone from Crate. I don't know. I don't have a single connection at Crate. But I know Wrecked by Protoss, so I don't know if that counts. I could bring on Wrecked. But again, that seems like that makes more sense when we have a full date for their new expansion, Fangs of Astracon. Like, Grim Dawn would be like a... Like, that's not a hot topic right now. Emperor Gazi, yeah. Maraphage. Me? Mike Ybarra. Mike Ybarra. I should bring on Mike Ybarra. That'd probably be an easy one to snag. Perry the Pig. I have a commander deck, a $3,000 commander deck that all my friends hate. Adam Jackson. I reached out to Adam Fletcher today. So Adam Fletcher is the community manager. I spent time with him in Germany and at BlizzCon. So that is a possible. Dav, 7 cities. So Dav is already said he would come on. So I told Dav he has a spot on the podcast as we get more closer to April to give some publicity to 7 cities for its early access launch. So Dav will come on as long as he doesn't change his mind. But that's in October. Right now, 7 cities is only in a playtest state. Oh, Crater and Beeboo. I think that's a bad idea, too. Crater and Beeboo could totally come on the podcast, but again, that should be closer to their 1.0 drop which I believe is now coming in September. Yeah, they're definitely. I would love to give them a spot on it. How many viewers did you have? 700 or 495. It's showing me as peak viewers for it. I'm boring. Nobody wants to see me. Let's watch Autobot talk about it. We could do a stream where you show us how the Transformers transform. My son went through a Transformers toy phase when he was little. I swear on my life. He would transform it into the person. It would never, ever, ever go back into the car again. Some of those toys are freaking ridiculous. Yeah, Creator's a good one. I have reviews on YouTube from 12 years ago. Oh. I could bring on Frosty. That's a good idea. See if Frosty's down. I thought they turned out all right. I kind of wish I kept it up. YouTube is really, really a labor of love and requires insane consistency. Just interview each other. Trying to think what... Okay, so what's on the horizon? Last Epoch cycle. I could get artificial core on for core punk. Oh, could you imagine that? Oh, it would be all hot seat. New Elden Ring? No, I can't. I don't know anybody there. Thinking the next one, and I gotta talk to Frosty. We'll try and get another creator on. I was thinking Titan Quest 2, but we just don't know crap about it. It would be so boring. Titan Quest should really start moving at August 2nd, which is my daughter's birthday, August 2nd. The THQ Nordic Showcase. I'm hoping for gameplay and a date for the game. That's interesting. We could get Torchlight, huh? Torchlight just put out something. Let's close the giveaway screen. It was nothing big. I don't know if anybody can translate, but they simply put out this soon. And it's a coin or a little gear flipping. I have no idea. When you have a creator on, you should do a discussion/debate format instead of an interview. All right, so what would that look like? No, I got it. All right, so for the next section, we're going to be talking about pay to win in action RPGs. Is it truly terrible? Is it ruining the industry? Is it our fault that we keep purchasing it, turning it over to you first? Blah. Yeah, that could work. Is D4 pay to win? Mike didn't say D4 bad either. Oh, you're funny, Xathius. The one that everybody thinks is AI? Is that what you're thinking? Xathius says, bring on the actress who does the TLI rundowns and ask about how she ended up there. Stupid. Stupid. Yeah, a name just isn't like popping up immediately. For who to get next. For someone like what LE needs to get better. Pay to win, PoE, LE, a content creator getting access to the game early is unfair. Yeah. Ooh, I thought we were going to be able to get him there. I thought you're not supposed to be able to push him into the corner anymore. Damn raptor just... Oh well, gotta get back to work. See you later. Have fun. Have a good one, sir. kind of interesting. Why is the raptor able to push Emperor into the corner so easily? Yo, this build guide can't come soon enough. I'm excited, sir. It's pretty damn good, right? I know. Need someone to have some hot takes, too. Because Raptor go brr. Nom nom noms. This is our National Geographic Raptor. It's got the feathers. None of that Jurassic Park Raptor. Pfft. You know? What's up, Edgy? Yum, yum, yums. All right, everybody, we got 19 minutes left. 19 minutes left. Yeah, Dwarven Realms will come on at 1.0. 7 Cities will come on for early access. So they're in the pipeline, but not now. I bet I can get like Moxie to come on, Gazi, Emp, maybe Rax, DM, Riker. I've got some segment ideas for when you have a creator on. I'll DM you later. All right. For devs, I think I can get Hordes of Hell and Pathfinder. I can get Pathfinder. The Pathfinder people all reached out to me and were very happy that I made them a video. Chicken wannabe raptor. I know, Skoji, right? It's ridiculous. Ridiculi. Ooh, I could for sure. And by the way, anytime we don't have somebody, I can for sure always get someone from EHG. We can get Muffin on. We can get Steve on. Get Reimer on. Get Derek on. But I get Judd on. I'll track down the Genshin creators. Genshin's dead. It's all about that other one now. Nobody wants Genshin anymore. Hordes of Hell will have a demo in a week or so. Then they can plan to have a second demo in October. We need to get the creators of that Twisted Metal Pixel one on, Brow. Yeah, you know what? I think we will reach out. I think I'm going to reach out to Torchlight Infinite. See what they say. That's a good one. Tier 6 movement speed with life. Nope. What about Undecember? I don't know anyone from Undecember. Rotten Gamer, if you have someone for me to reach out to, sure. Actually, let me say it this way. Rotten Gamer, you have permission to say you represent me in Discord chat to try and get someone on the horn for Undecember. By all means. I just don't know anyone. They don't speak English. Undecember is full Korean. I bet they speak. I bet there's someone with them. First question would be, why is it pay to win? So you got to remember, this the stream is designed in a certain way. Hold on a second. So let me turn the cameras off. It's for anybody that's not here, we have designed the podcast in a way. So it goes in this order.
Where the gamers unite, along with Aaron and Frosty. We're taking flight, tune in, level up, turn the quest. In the world of action, we're the best. Welcome to the Town Portal Podcast.
Hi. Welcome to the podcast. Hi. Me, Frosty, and the guest. I guess I could just turn their cameras off. Then after all the initial questions, we switch to the screen. Where now we have something to actually look at and talk at together. And then to kind of wrap it all up, we move the guest to the hot seat. And this is the idea of like, you know, between two portals, between two ferns, it's like two red portals. So the point I'm trying to make is that if we had an Undecember person on, this is the scene where now your game's pay to win. So that's how we structured it. That's how it went today. So different scenes, different things to look at, hopefully some entertainment value. But yeah, I think it went well. I have 3 druids, 1 cold dot spriggan, 1 werebear, 1 thorns. Yeah, they're all probably level 50. Dude, our Beastmaster's now level 98. We are 2 levels away from a level 100 Beastmaster. Probably level 30. Sir, they are all 80. 80. Shh. Well, my Beastmaster's level 98. Get him, Raptor. Get him. Undecember would be a good one. That would be like, let's set the record straight on this game. I'd have to stream it probably for a week to prepare for it. So they'd get some free advertisement. Ooh. Raptor, will you run around and kill all this crap? Thank you. If we are getting the viewers, you will be able to pull the big guests like Chris Wilson or D4 Devs. I bet I can get Adam Jackson. I spent a lot of time with Adam Jackson at BlizzCon. He'd probably do it as a favor. We almost hit 500 viewers during the podcast. I would guess that's considered small. I know For PoE 2, Gazzy and DM, I think they had 2,000 people watching for the PoE 2 reveal. Aaron is going to have to fight, folks. Let's get the Slormancer, guys. That would be great. We should probably get better at Slormancer first. I feel like I've got a pretty good understanding of it now. Try to get the Hero Siege devs. It's pretty interesting, Skoji. When I was running through names in my heads of isometric action RPGs that have recently had updates, Hero Siege came to mind. Again, though, unfortunately, I don't know the developers. I could reach out to Wolson Studios. I know them. They don't like me very much. That's gonna be ontologists to talk about raptors. No, because then they would say last Epoch tried to make a raptor that is true to. They think they came from birds and they're feathered, right? So it's a Discovery Channel raptor we have here. Dude, it kind of flaps its wings a little bit when it bounces. See that? All right, I'm no longer going to attack. Raptor's putting in work. Raptor Sabretooth. I will say this for sure gives me hope for Sabretooth. When I played Sabretooth, I thought it was horrible, but now that I've played so much Beastmaster, I feel like I'm starting to understand the class a little more. Maybe these other companions aren't so terrible. This Raptor is awesome. Wolson 2. You guys think Frosty's gonna cut that thing up or what? He's gonna do something. I don't want to know. 100%. Of course he is. Hey, Electro1, thank you for the follow, sir. Especially the Riker bit. Oh, yeah. Mike started like... Oh, come on. Mike started like breathing hard during the Riker segment. Oh, we still got credit as a win. Nice. You are welcome. Thank you so much. Like, oh, Mike, you do not know your audience. That was not correct. Walked right into it, dude. The boss was already dead. It didn't matter. We still got the win. Still got the win. Hacking? Not me. Your raptors count as a companion. You can have a maximum of 2 companions at once by default. If it was the thorns, you would have lived. That's true. That's true. I mean, we only have 2,500 life. I'm gonna have to break away and start a new fresh cycle too. Gotta hang up the road. Rogue? I don't think anything's coming for Rogue. I can tell you I haven't seen crap. You need to start a righteous fire build. You know for sure that's going to be popular. Also, that node is 10 points into Spellblade, which means you don't have to make a Spellblade. I'm on that, Raven. Come on. You're going to be making... Once you see all the new uniques, that's going to change quick. That's what I'm actually thinking about. Guilty caught it. Think about Righteous Fire Sorcerer. That's exactly what I'm thinking. I want to see Righteous Fire. All right, let me show everybody really quickly, since we only have a couple minutes left on today's stream. Right. Leak. I'm sorry. Teaser number 1. Shield Bash has added melee damage based on your block effectiveness. Damage per 40 block effectiveness, 1 point. You can now turn Shield Bash into a damage dealing skill. Okay. That is 1. And 2... Your fire auras from all sources deal damage in a larger area. Your fire auras from all sources deal additional spell damage per 2 points of intelligence. Fire aura. Righteous Fire. I need it like a bad cold. It's seriously so silly. I love they're doing stuff to buff shields. I could not agree more. Could not agree more. That's why I brought up dual shields when he was talking about that briefly. Like, oh, shields, huh? Oh, wait. Hang on. For that, I wonder if the second point drops the block effectiveness requirement down to 20. No. No, this will go to 2. This will go to 2. So 2 points, it'll be +1 plus... Oh, no, it would be... Yeah, +1 plus 2. I gotta get into the CT. Just give Tech... Tech doesn't use it, just use his version. I'm just kidding, don't do that. That's against the rules. I think Grim Dawn had a weapon that looks like a shield to make it so you could use 2 shields. That's cool. What is somebody help me out here. Block effectiveness? You can realistically get this to 3,000? Is that insane? 3,000? Easily. Okay, let's just say you could get it to 4,000. All right, block effectiveness, 4,000. Divided by 40 equals 100 times 2. Plus 200 base melee to your shield bash. No, I'm not eating. I'm drinking. 200. What's he munching on? Nothing. I'm not eating anything. 200. I just, thinking out loud, guilty. I don't think it's enough. I still don't think it's enough. Trying to remember the shield bash tree. More damage to stunned enemies? Stuns a bunch of enemies? You're right, you can make shield bash no cooldowns. You're absolutely right. All right, I gotta look at that tree really quick. Let me finish this. The stream is supposed to be over. We got to go look at the shield bash tree. I haven't looked at it in so long. With thorns? No, we're not using thorns. Gosh. Sorry, unless you're talking to Raven. The build does not use Fury Leap. It has ward for a beast. Oh, wait. Frosty's gonna troll Mike hard. I'm running a hybrid version of your Lightning Wolves, Aaron. The build does not use Fury Leap and has ward for a Beastmaster. Just to be clear, I have nothing against ward. Given any option, I will not use it though. Oops. Leave game. Uh-oh. Paladin, level 99. This Paladin is so close to level 100. We legitimately need a box and 3/4, and we are level 100. And look at this. Imagine this shield bashing into enemies. Stupid wings. Look at this stupid thing. If you want it to look even dumber, look at this. Void Knight Shield Bash with Bulwark with Thorns. You guys are stupid. Okay. This is a large skill tree. Okay, Armor Shred, no cooldown, but costs 25 mana. And you could bring that down by 12. Okay, so you're talking 13 mana plus 9, 22. It's not terrible. Increase stun. Oh, you could bring it down another 9. That makes it free. 13. Bleed stacks, no. Increase physical damage per strength. Shield Bash deals increased physical damage per point of strength. Okay. You're going to need 100 strength for sure. So let's just say right off the bat, your Shield Bash, you're going to need this node with the 100 strength. So you would take 1, 2, 3. Let's just say you could afford the mana. 1, 2, 3. 8. That's 9. No longer requires a shield. That's crazy. You don't need additional charges because you don't have a cooldown. Shield Bash grants you additional block effectiveness. You'd want 5 here because that actually boosts your base damage. That's another 5. So you're 3, 13, 14. It's 14 points. Technically, Shield Shatter would scale. Like, it's not probably not going to do any damage because it's a sub skill. With frailty stacks, additional melee physical. And then I guess crit. So if that's 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 22. I don't know. Fire branch up top. Because you're going to get the melee fire. Yeah, that's an extra 500 block effectiveness. Sigils you could get healing or threshold, right? It's endurance threshold. Block effectiveness and sigils. Sigils grant additional block chance and block effectiveness. So you can get 45 times 5. Another 180. So your skills are going to give you about 700 in effectiveness. Tier 7 block effectiveness is 1300. So if you get that on a base, one of these, that can have as much as 1,000. Your shield alone could add 20 or 2,300. You can for sure get your block effectiveness pretty high. You can get it close to $4,000. For 4,000 for sure. Okay. That's it. Only 26 days, 13 hours, and 19 minutes. Shield throw has block effect. Ring of Shields. You have additional chance to block and have higher block effectiveness if you have cast it recently. That can't be right. Guilty. That's a 50%. Wait, that can't be right. 50% when Ring of Shields heals allies. They also grant them a non-stacking increased block effective. Oh, that's not for you. It's only allies. Can you get that to trigger on yourself? 50% block effectiveness. If not, this will give you 150 on defensive shields. Healing hands. Healing effectiveness. No block. No block. Holy Aura. Block effectiveness 120. Hey, we're getting closer. Another 120 on there. Crit multiplier per 100 block effectiveness. And if you had 4,000, it's 40%. It's not crazy. All right. Holy Aura, Fire Aura. Must be healing I'm thinking of. Doesn't there some Forge Guard block passive? Block effectiveness. There's another 200. There's another 250. There's another... Is that 50 times 8? Another 400. This Void Knight has reduced block effectiveness. And there's an additional 150. Yeah, you could definitely scale it for sure. All right. We're over 13 minutes because we keep looking at damn block effectiveness because of this new node. Tease today. Damage per 40 block effectiveness +2 to shields bash melee damage. Maybe when I'm done with this big build, Guilty, I could just spec everything I have into block effectiveness just to see how high the number is. Sorry, I'm a Forge Guard fanatic. No, it's totally fine. Okay. Stream is done. Episode 1 of the Town Portal podcast is in the books. And now we'll go to the drawing board and see if we can make it even better for episode 2. What an absolutely great day. Thank you for everyone that hung out. I hope you all enjoyed it. As always, if you need anything, hit me up on Discord. Approaching 4,000 members. game night and movie night are coming up for Patreon for June. Patreon link is in the description as well or in the chat as well with the Discord link. And we are going to have a merch giveaway for June that is still coming to Discord. And we have a new community event coming up for Cycle 2 of Last Epoch. So join the Discord. Hope you all had a fantastic time, and it's the best way to hit me up. If you need anything, hit me up on Discord. I will see you all tomorrow. Bye.